Hello, hello.
Handler Walter verified.
For those that are familiar with this channel, this video might not seem very in line with my usual content. It's been quite some time since my last upload, which is for a number of reasons, but I wanted to commit to having something done for Armored Core 6's release.
Time to get to work, 621.
I debated doing a story explained video, or maybe just focusing on the endings, but I'm pretty sure that a few other creators that have had the game for weeks now will probably beat me to the punch. With me cutting it pretty close on rent, I figured that making a guide for how to S-rank every mission in this game would work as a quick and mostly unscripted video, which should be done by early September. I just need to commit to this being one take, no retakes, no touching up the audio, none of that. Of course, I'll still be cutting out any menuing or failed attempts in between the S ranks. This entire video is commentated, so whether you're here to learn how to S rank some of the trickier missions, or if you just want to have something playing in the background or something, hope you enjoy. This is going to be done on mouse and keyboard, just because I think it's a little bit stronger if you want to use soft lock on and an enemy gets behind you and you need to snap around fast. Then obviously mouse and keyboard is going to be a little bit stronger. All S ranks is very much possible on controller, especially if you get a build that can do that. It's specialized for being able to do that, and the build that I end up using should be able to be done on both mouse and keyboard and controller very easily. It's an easy build to pilot. It's not the #1 strongest build. Obviously, a lot of attention has been brought to Zimmerman and the stun needle shoulder weapons, but it's still powerful. It'll get you through this. So S ranks go off of a few things. It's how fast you complete the mission, how much money you make during the mission, how much money you lost during the mission, and hidden objectives that I think need to be done in some cases. I'm not certain on this, but there have been times where I've completed a mission with more total income and faster than other times where I did it while killing a major enemy, something like that, and I'll only get the S rank when I killed that major enemy. I'll point out when this is the case, but for now, let's just do the tutorial mission.
That's where you're landing. Access the catapult. Time to fly, 621.
I also love that. I love the catapult.
If we get our hands on Rubicon's coral, we'll make a killing. Plenty for a merc with a fried brain like you to buy their life back.
And yeah, that's the premise of the game. You just want to make money. But then they introduce all sort of other motives and things happening beneath the surface.
Scavenge the AC wrecks ahead and find a valid mercenary license. We're illegals here. You'll need ID to operate.
So yeah, there are 3 targets for mercenary licenses throughout this mission, and the first thing you want to do is get the one on the left, because a 4th one will appear after you get the first 3, and that will be closest to the one furthest on the right, so you kind of want to make a line in that direction.
Follow the markers.
Assault boost will generally be quicker than any sort of other transportation, no matter what your build is. Obviously, for the intro, you're stuck with the intro AC. Loader 4, I think is its name. But yeah, this should be easy enough.
I'll analyze it from my end. This one's already expired.
I kind of click through that license because that one's uninteresting. But this next one, if you've played the game, or if you kind of are more interested in the world, well, first of all, obviously we have the helicopter destroying the Rubicon Liberation Front soldiers. But this license, after the helicopter flies away, you're able to interact with it. It belongs to a corporation soldier. Gun 7, Akra. Balaam Industries.
Corp license, easily traced. Forget it.
And that might not sound like a very important name if you don't know anything about this world, but that should, on paper, be a very important person. They're just dead now to the PCA helicopter, presumably.
Let's see about this license.
I just zigzag here whenever you don't want to kill enemies. So on this mission, you don't get bonus income for taking out the lesser enemies, the MTs or any of those things. You don't get extra income. So it's better to just ignore them, dodge the bullets by zigzagging. Even before you have the marker for the 4th mercenary license, the wall opens up. There's no longer a boundary there, so it's best to just start going there as soon as possible. And this AC model goes by Nightfall, which is important.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
This helicopter is already kind of infamous for filtering a lot of people, as people would say, you know, oh, you got filtered, you couldn't beat the tutorial boss. I don't think many people quit on the helicopter, did they? Either way, once you know how its AI works, it's not that bad at all. The bullets will generally do the kind of lock on where they think you're going, so of course zigzagging will make it harder to hit you. But these little buildings around here, if you hide behind them, or even if you just hide right under the helicopter, will almost never get hit by the bullets. The missiles will still hit you sometimes, so just make sure you're not on the ground to get hit by the splash explosions. They're also just kind of slow. Like, if you thought the helicopter was hard, but then you started playing through the game a lot more, just go back and fight it and you'll realize it's not as hard once you kind of understand the control scheme. And yeah, it goes down super quick. You just need to know how to understand the stagger system and how much extra damage you get. Later on, of course, OS tuning will make you do even more damage against staggered enemies, but your OS tuning chips are not available in the tutorial mission.
Here's the call sign from that license you picked up. Raven. That's your new name here on Rubicon.
And yeah, first mission, easy enough. It's actually, in my opinion, one of the harder ones because you can't customize your AC, but I actually will have to go back and edit in explaining what build I'm going to be using for the rest of the run later on. So this is the core that I'm going to be using for every single mission except for 2 of them. I'm going to make slight revisions to this, and I'll say what the differences are when I get to that. So the first thing I want to talk about is the legs type. We are going to use tetrapod legs. You have 2 options here, the Veril or the 424. But this build, what it's going to be doing is emphasizing attitude stability. This stat right here. 2511, that is an absurd amount of stability. And the reason for that is because when you get staggered, you're taking more damage, you're wasting time, the enemies are going to recover from their stagger or their impact damage over time. You are just making S ranks a lot harder every time you get staggered. And when you are using tetrapods, you're not going to have super quick dash speed unless you are very, very lightweight everywhere else and you have the right generator for it, the right booster. So we kind of emphasize stability and just face tank everything. This is also why it's good that we have pretty high defensive performance, because we're going to be getting hit a lot. but more defensive performance, less damage taken, less money spent, and easier S ranks. So with the legs being the first thing out of the way, let's go to the weapons. I think the legs kind of dictate the way you play. We are doing the classic double Gatling build. This is getting, some of the most attention for the dual wielding weapons. You've got double Zimmerman and double Gatlings are arguably the two strongest things you could bring. I think this comes down to preference. Zimmerman's a little bit harder to use, and there are certain scenarios where if an enemy is further away from you, it's a bit harder to get that impact built up with the Zimmerman. But if you enjoy shotguns more than Gatling guns, I highly recommend taking that instead. The combo works with the Zimmermans, it's just a lot easier with the Gatling gun, and that's because of what's on my left shoulder, double treble. So you're going to need the Weapon Bay OS tuning unlocked for this. You're going to need to spend, I think, 3 chips on that. So this is a primary weapon. It's on your shoulder. It doesn't do anything until you swap out the Gatling gun for the double treble. The idea is right before an enemy is staggered, you switch to the double treble on your left hand. Your right hand Gatling gun keeps shooting, and then they get staggered. As soon as they get staggered, you are currently charging your double treble, and then you release it, do so much damage that enemies, even if they have a repair kit, they'll often go from 3/4 health or half health, or even full health in some cases, all the way down to 0. So yeah, that's a very, very fun combo. For me, personally, I find it very satisfying. I think it's fun to do. I think it's fun to watch. I think since this video is going to be over 5 hours long, I figured I would do something more entertaining than, let's say, something like double Zimmerman, double stun needle. Like, that's just incredibly overtuned. Not that this build isn't overtuned, just not to the same degree. Beyond that, we just have all pieces that maximize attitude stability up here. This one isn't the most attitude stability you could get for a helmet. The 44D, the Kasuar, both of them are going to have higher stability, but in my opinion, they're just uglier. They don't give you that kind of spider-like look that this build goes for. You've got the spider eyes, you've got the thin arms, you've got 4 legs, you've got the big center. You could call this build like the Tarantula or some kind of cringe AC name like that, like everyone else uses. Maybe not cringe, you could come up with something better. This core, extremely high stability, but very poor weight, very poor EN load. The poor EN load kind of leads to why you would use double treble Songbirds over Stun Needle. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Songbirds is just great all-around weapon. Songbirds and Stun Needle, 2 stronger shoulder weapons, especially if you're above the enemy. Songbirds is going to hit the ground, do the splash damage. I don't think I even need to explain why this is just so strong, easy to use. If you want to maximize the opportunities for the chainsaw combo, you might want to use the 10 missile launcher, especially for AC fights, but you might have to change what FCS you're going to be using there, because I'm using one that has really bad missile lock correction. So just fiddle with whatever you think sounds right to you. The VP460 is the one part of this build that does not unlock after Chapter 3. All of this stuff unlocks before or right after you defeat the final boss of Chapter 3. This one unlocks at the end of Chapter 4. So the reason why I go with this, incredibly high melee specialization that makes a double treble do a bit more damage, or a lot more damage in this case, and high firearm specialization, and you have just enough arms load to carry all this. If you don't have this because you are not at Chapter 5 or late Chapter 4 yet, just go with the 46S. You get this a lot sooner. But other than that, you don't have to worry too much about going out of your way to unlock anything. Except for double treble is an item that you find in the Honest Brute mission. You will have to go out of your way to find that. Booster, PO6SSBD. I think I said that right, PO6SPD. Just a lot of thrust. Since you're not really going to be quick boosting that much, very high thrust is good for you. The upward thrust and EN consumption are kind of bad, but they're not as bad as something like the Alula, which has worse thrust anyways. The one thing that's bad about this booster is your quick boost reload ideal weight is 76,000, but your total weight is 105,000. That makes it so your reload time is 1.5 seconds long. And that's why you have to have high attitude stability, high defense, because you are just going to be getting hit by so much stuff that you need enough stats to overcome that. But the upside of that is it takes very, very little brain power to pilot this thing. These are easy S ranks, and if you just follow what I do, you shouldn't have any trouble at all getting the achievement.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
So now we go on to mission number 2, destroy artillery installations.
We got a corporate merc! They're on to us already. Sneaky bastards.
As the title would suggest, all you have to do in this mission is destroy a bunch of artillery cannons, and then you're done. What makes these kind of tricky is you can only hit them from behind, so you just have to make sure you dodge these missiles these shoot out, and you should be fine. This one's a pretty easy S rank.
Eliminate them as necessary.
This one is also unique, or not unique, but different from the first mission, in that you get extra payment based on how many enemies you defeat. Generally, it's not worth to focus on doing that, even though you make more money than what you spend on ammo most of the time. But S ranks are often bottlenecked by how much time you spend. I think it's a hard cap for most missions. So let's say you need to get a mission done in 3 minutes for an S rank. Anything below that, you're hard locked to an A rank or below. I don't think it's a point system. I could be wrong though. This mission also makes it kind of clear that you are not the good guy here. That mercenary license you find in the tutorial for Gun 7 belongs to Xylem, who's hired you now, and they want you to destroy the artillery of the Rubicon Liberation Front, which are the people who actually live on this planet. And over time, they just make it more exceedingly obvious that the things you are doing are morally questionable at best.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wipe out the Dafang MT squad.
I didn't edit out the loading screens before each mission, just so I can scroll to my next page of notes and kind of pretend that you're traveling to the next mission over in that time.
An independent mercenary, huh? At least they didn't send the Vespers. Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out 621.
Now, this mission is assigned by the opposing corporation on this planet, Arquebus. Xylem and Arquebus being the two major forces for most of the early game. And you are going to be fighting the good guys, in quotation, or not in quotation, but I think most people would agree, Rubicon Liberation Front, they're meant to be the good guys, and you are fighting against them. This mission's so easy that I don't really think it needs much explanation. There's no extra bonus for defeating more enemies. But, you know, if you can get a spot where you are able to use a melee, like there, saves you a little bit of money. I don't think you should have much issue with that, and I don't think it's really necessary to do that either. While you're assault boosting, I believe you do more ACS damage.
That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Or more stagger damage. I'm not quite sure on all of the mechanics. And yeah, that's, I would argue, the easiest S rank in this game. Now we have destroy the transport helicopters. This is one that I think has a hidden objective that you need to get done during it. I'll get more into that when we actually get to that point. But these helicopters, they're not going to fight back. You can just melee them, save some ammo. Because you get bonuses for clearing out any other enemies. Oh, it's worth doing. In this case, I think, so you get $4,000. Or not dollars, credits. Whatever it's called. I like calling them dollars. It's funnier to me to do that. But if you can do it on the way, generally try to be in the habit of doing so.
Target destroyed. On to the next targets.
Here's the objective that I think this mission wants you to do, even though there's not a particularly big bonus for doing so. There's a tetrapod MT right back there.
Looks like they've got a BAWS tetrapod. It's a cut above the
And
MTs.
terrible time to use that shield because I think I got damaged before it even activated. But this shows the whole point of this combo. You stagger them, chainsaw them, stun locks them. Obviously some other builds like double stun needle can do the same thing, but particularly against other ACs, which I think next mission has one, the chainsaw can prevent them from healing because they are just getting comboed that entire time. I think it does a little bit more damage than if you were to hit them with the double stun needle. But yeah, that's the S rank. Easy enough, a lot of bonus pay. The ACs cannot heal while they're getting chainsawed, so you have the 3 repair kits of your own. Most other major AC fights will have repair kits, and use them once they reach a certain threshold of health. Obviously not this one. This is kind of a pretty famous mission now, just because of how easy it is to do it. It takes like 10 seconds to beat this guy. One chainsaw, he's down. While this guy's kind of working with Dafeng and Xylem, it's just kind of hammering in the point of you are not the good guy here. Poor student pilot, just wanted a call sign of his own. And this next mission is attack the dam complex. Okay.
Main system activating combat mode.
Xylem Group AC Squad Redguns reporting for duty. Commence mission. Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
The opening of this mission's a little annoying because the objective tells you, oh, you only have to destroy the infrastructure. But you have to actually defeat every MT in this area and the artillery, and it doesn't tell you that until you destroy the infrastructure. So just try to do that on the way. And now all the targets pop up. If you missed any MTs back at that starting place, you have to fly all the way back there. Iguazu and Volta are just... they're so slow at doing it, so it's best to do it yourself.
We don't need backseat drivers in the Redguns. Shape up or ship out! That takes care of the frontline MTs. That was just the warm-up. Look alive, maggots! 2 generators to go. Keep moving, 621.
I also think Gun 4 Volta's AC name, Cannon Head, it's just so funny to me. Again, targets that can't fight back, try to be in the habit of meleeing them, even if it's not a tight requirement for S rank.
The Rubiconians will never yield. You're going home in armored coffins.
Another member of the Rubicon Liberation Front goes down really easily even if you don't have this build, but if you do, just shred him so fast. And that's where the whole boost distance sometimes comes into play. You might want a different part for that if that becomes an issue for you. Just try not to whiff like that. You are stuck in the animation for so long if you do. There's no bonus pay for defeating that AC, but I've gotten more income than this on this mission without killing it, and I do the mission faster. A rank. So my general rule of thumb is, if the enemy causes a slowdown when you kill it, try to kill it. And this might look like we're doing the same mission again, which we kind of are, but this one becomes available on New Game Plus, actually. So, you know, if you're trying to avoid spoilers, then maybe skip this mission for now.
One target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer, I know one even told you why we're here.
But yeah, it starts off the same way. Clear all the MTs, clear all the artillery. You have to clear out the first 2 points of infrastructure, and then the mission will change. Also, G1 Michigan, so funny to me. And I'm not sure if you remember, but this invisible wall was not there before. This is the alternate version of the mission where...
Wait, 621. I'm receiving a coded transmission. Raven, I represent the Rubicon Liberation Front. Our request is simple. We want you to take out the 2 Redguns. Our compensation will be double Balaam's offer. Awaiting your response. Interesting. Your call, 621.
I've never refused this before, but I think you need to accept it for an S rank.
621.
Still easy enough either way.
ID tag from the Liberation Front.
This is a New Game Plus mission, so these ACs will heal if you let them get low enough. But this combo does not allow that to happen. That's where the strength of this combo comes in. Very easy to pilot. You just wait till they stagger. Chainsaw. You can charge the chainsaw while shooting your right-hand weapon. Just makes it so easy to time. But some characters, like G4 Volta, if their attitude of recovery is really high, you have to be very tight with the combo. It still works though. But right there, missed it again. Just have to be a bit more ready for it. Maybe swap off to the chainsaw a little bit sooner, like right here. Honestly, I have no idea why it didn't work that time.
2 repair kits remaining.
I finally get the combo. Incredibly tanky. Still does not kill him. That's why a lot of people say the tank tread's one of the easiest ACs to pilot. Tetrapod, though, it's very hard to hide from. Tanks have very poor upward propulsion. They're very bad at keeping good angles. So it could come down to preference. But Tetrapod, my personal preference, makes offense a bit easier. And you also get way more income for this. 314,000 Or 380,000 is the bonus pay, but you get a penalty for betraying Balaam, of course. They're not going to pay you for doing that to them.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. First, get through all that dust and make contact with the Strider.
So the big thing about the opening of this mission, the Strider has these huge lasers that I do not know how to dodge. Every time I try to dodge it, I'm either too slow or I was at a bad angle. So this attempt, or it was my first attempt, this is not a hard S rank at all. I think, hey, well maybe I can hide behind these boulders, that will surely help. Not even close. Took full damage for that, I think. Didn't even make a big explosion. It was kind of disappointing. So I just used a shield here.
Watch out, or it'll burn you to ash.
Although, to be fair, I haven't done this mission too many times.
2 repair kits remaining.
Twice to go through New Game and New Game Plus. You don't need to do it on your third run through. And then there's this time where I go for the S rank.
Take out one of its legs and bring it to a halt.
We evaded the ice laser.
All hands, prepare for close range combat. Intercept.
Something that's really funny to me is if this part of the Strider falls off and you're not on the Strider yet, you automatically fail the mission. Even if you have an AC like mine that can very, very, very easily reach the deck. Walter just says, you failed, start over. But since it's here, it's nice to just generate some more fuel by landing on it.
To get on the deck.
That AC pilot's no rookie.
This is one thing that's super annoying about tetrapods, or it might apply to all builds, but if you assault boost and there's a ceiling at the end and you kind of boost upward into it, you just kind of stop boosting, start falling. I don't know what causes it. It's so annoying. It happens so much in this run. Just try not boosting when there's something above you.
3 to go.
Another strength of the tetrapod. It's so easy to go around and hit all the generators.
Remember the hardship.
You can make a full loop around
Remember that when Rubicon
and just hit all the targets for free.
we're losing the shield, sir.
Just one.
This eye does so much damage that it's best to just hide when it's about to shoot. I maybe could have used a shield expansion, but
All sub-generators.
it just plays it safe.
The ice shield is offline. Enter the front segment and hit them. Now you've got the target in your sights. Time to finish this 61.
The guy is taking significant damage. We're not through yet. Show them our pride. Sir, the eye's in a critical state. Sir, no response from the eye. No, we can't lose the Strider.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. And it looks like all that energy it was sucking up has nowhere to go. Move 621. You need to get clear of the Strider.
The game always tells you you need to get clear of explosions,
Damn hyenas.
but I've never died to one, and I should have tested it here. I feel like you can still be on the ship, and you probably wouldn't die here.
See that 621? The Strider's blowing itself up. A fitting end for something built to fail.
And there's no bonus pay or anything on this mission, just try to get it done quick. Don't take too much damage. Easy yes. This next mission escort the weaponized mining ship instead of destroy the weaponized mining ship did give me a lot of trouble. Not an easy yes. This is a new game plus mission, so it expects you to have already done everything. So instead of fighting chapter 1 level enemies, you're fighting stuff from chapter 5. Or even beyond chapter 5.
Enemies on the radar. 621. They're coming.
These enemies in particular, I hate them so much. I enable lock on, they move so fast, and you want to make sure that you're focusing one instead of splitting damage between the two.
Those sea weapons.
You just want to wait for them to slow down,
Not going to listen to reason.
dodge the kick. Now that they're slow, songbirds, chainsaw.
Those are drone weapons made by the Recon Research Institute.
Once there's one,
That survived the
not nearly as difficult to deal with. But again, stagger, chainsaw.
Did you get them? Wait, there's more.
These wheels can come from either direction, so just kind of watch out for which way they come from.
Hit on 6.
Tetrapod's really good at dealing with them because you can hover just above where they can damage you from, or at least ram into you from, because obviously the missiles will still hit you. But I wasn't hovering quite high enough for a lot of that. Songbirds really shine in this mission. One-shots the wheels.
Way too many for a chance encounter. Focus 621.
And this is time-based, so if you take too long to take out a wave,
Helianthus machines
then
coming in.
yeah, the other ones will come in while you're still fighting the previous wave. But slows down, stagger, chainsaw. Easy as that.
No repair kit.
Had another expansion shield, might as well. Again, it cancels the animation of anything you do, so I think it's very powerful. Keep yourself from getting staggered, keep yourself from taking damage, and therefore losing money on a mission. I almost missed the second songbird shot there, but turned out fine. Stagger. Chainsaw.
Looks like the last of them. Nothing on the long-range radar. You may have failed to protect the Strider, but you had a hell of an excuse. I'll look into
I also
this.
love the design of this
I'll make
thing,
some rest,
the Strider.
621.
It's got like these, all the claws on it. It's meant to be for mining coral, I think. And the Rubicon Liberation Front, it's actually funny. There's a log later on that explains the reason they want the coral is to feed mealworms so that they don't starve. I mean, it's like an ice planet. It looks like there are not a lot of plants growing here outside of like trees.
Commence mission.
And I imagine those, you know, don't taste very good.
Take out the Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the BAWS tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from
Try to move horizontally a lot here. I still got hit there. Not horizontally, vertically. When you hear the beep coming from the top of the wall, that means it is going to shoot a missile that explodes proximity to you. So you want to move both vertically and horizontally, just the most distance away of where you were when you heard the beeping. This is another mission that you get points for destroying enemies. And all of these artillery get 4,000 each. Easy way to get a lot of money.
Gatling cannons destroyed. The friendly MT squad will take care of the city. You take care of the BAWS tetrapod MT 621.
We're under attack. They're in the city.
This is one thing I wish more enemies in this game did, but those artillery will have a laser pointing at you if it's targeting you. And you hear so much beeping in this game that it's kind of hard to tell exactly what direction something's coming from. And a lot of attacks you need to be dodging at the perfect angle to not get hit by it. So the laser, I think, would just make it a little bit easier to tell what way it's coming from. But some people are already arguing that this game is a bit too casual compared to the last Armored Core games. But I mean, it's, you know, that's the current trend. I don't know what people were expecting. Even with FromSoftware. Tetrapod MTs are really bad at hitting right above themselves. They rotate super slow. So they're especially weak to tetrapod builds.
BAWS tetrapod MT eliminated. That significantly reduces the threat in the city.
If you want to get some more points,
Access the bulkhead and
ton of more artillery up here. You can melee them for free. They're not going to target you if you come at them from this angle. For some reason, I thought there was a major enemy down here, like another tetrapod MT. So after clearing out all these artillery, I tried looking for another, and I can't find one. I just wasted so much time. You get some extra points, so it doesn't hurt, as long as you're reaching the threshold for how fast you have to do to get an S rank. I think I cleared out everything here, which you absolutely do not have to do. Oh, never mind, there's one MT left. But it makes you a lot of money. Especially if you just melee them all. Oh, that's another strong thing about this build. You do so much damage just by kicking from an assault boost. That is just so much value. That's not super relevant yet, but in later missions, you will be having to use that a lot.
confirmed. You're inside the wall. Be prepared for close quarters combat.
And you can shield, you can expansion shield a little bit before if you know you're about to fight a lot of stuff. Here you don't really have to, but I know that there is a resupply very soon. So I thought, I have an expansion, might as well use it. It does not, to my knowledge, cost ammunition to use expansions. So it's just a straight upgrade.
There should be a lift nearby. The target is close.
If you have the chips for it, of course. Because I know not everyone's going to be doing this in New Game Plus like I am. Although I do recommend that.
I've dispatched a supply Sherpa.
One thing about these resupplies is that every time I try skipping them too fast, like if I'm mashing the tab button as I'm starting the cutscene, my game crashes. Don't know why that happens. But generally I try letting a second or two of the cutscene play out.
You must be Raven. One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds.
I love this guy so much. He's so cool.
Interesting. You ready to climb the wall? That's the
Immediately it's going to jump straight at you, so try to get high up. Or dodge to the side. Either way, it's going to do a lot of damage. But it gives you a free opening for its blind spot. And by blind spot, they mean anywhere except for the very front.
That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em.
Obviously, tetrapods are very, very, very powerful for this fight because it's not armored directly above it. You can just fly right above it the entire fight. If you have a high generator capacity, even without Rusty, you should never not have an opening. You kind of want to jump off of it after doing one chainsaw because it moving alone will hurt you if you're on it. But if you just keep that in mind, very easy S rank.
Confirmed. Juggernaut destroyed. Operation Wallclimber is a success. That pilot, Rusty, it seems he knew who you really are. It won't matter. I've taken that contingency into account.
This is also a very, very high payout mission. $426,000 on a Chapter 1 mission. I know a lot of people like to grind the mission where you fight the Dafeng student, but Wallclimber is just so much money, so fast. Just do that one instead.
Activating combat mode.
Retrieve combat logs is basically a lore dump mission. You're looking for combat logs to learn more about Rusty, the guy who helped you fight the wall, but you end up finding logs that are completely unrelated, such as this one. This talks about the boss arsenal number 2, which we will visit later on. There's a bit of noise in the corner, a bit of foreshadowing for an enemy you're gonna fight in how many missions later? 2 missions after this.
Log is interesting. I'll make a copy. Nothing the corpse need worry about.
And sometimes Walter will tell you that the log you found isn't worth anything.
Analyzing log.
All of them are worth something in terms of money. This log is just to tell you, hey, Rusty's thing is really fast.
This gives us some more insight about V.IV skills.
No, not super interesting. But this one talks about the well drying and why the Rubicon Liberation Front is just trying to feed the mealworms, which is so funny to me. You find the mealworms later on, but this is the only time that they directly mention the main reason for the Liberation Corps trying to protect the coral in terms of self-preservation. Obviously there are other reasons, but I mean, that'll kind of unfold in the story.
Unidentified AC.
Open fire! Kill the intruder!
I like going this route for the logs, but you can start off going forward instead of dipping backwards for that first log. Here's another one that just gives you some more information about Rusty's AC. It's fast, and it uses kinetic weaponry. Because the Vespers, which Rusty is a part of, typically use energy weapons.
V4's AC assembly.
And that's a good example of Songbirds will save you some ammo if you can make the splash hit 2 enemies. Sometimes you'll want to do manual control for that. Sometimes you might want to save ammo a bit too much and try chainsawing, like in that situation that I did, and just whiff by a little bit. This log is really funny to me because it talks about at least Zee is off duty, or Zai, I don't know how to say that. She can still love and be loved and all that. Very heartwarming. Very nice. Then you remember who made this game. And you think, I'm probably gonna see that character pretty soon.
Very interesting.
You don't need to fight these guys. You don't get any extra money for killing them. If you whiff a chainsaw like that, you just end up looking stupid. That's the second time this mission. It's not the last.
You, AC pilot.
Oh look, there's Zai.
Comrade of ours, are you?
And I think this says when the time comes for long, we'll have the technology to beat Elcano or something like that.
You killed them all!
I need to look more into that. Of course, when I'm actually analyzing the story, but for now, whiffing another chainsaw while I have a Steam notification pop up. So hopefully that distracted you from that. I'm gonna have to blur that out later. But this time, get the combo. Dead. One more log. Off in this pit.
Couldn't keep my promise.
Confirmed. Enemy AC destroyed.
And this guy probably recognized who Rusty was. He left as soon as Rusty showed up.
We can sell here. We've still got time, but we've checked out every promising wreck. That's it for this
I don't
job,
know if
Sister.
you need every log to get an S rank here. But there was one time I got every log except for the one near the start, and I only got an A rank. So I think it's required. Also, you get a lot of bonus pay. How many is that? 8 logs? Yeah. I also love the end screen music. It's nice, it's relaxing music. It reminds me of Resident Evil save room music.
Activating combat mode.
Not any specific save room.
Commence mission. Escort the Rubicon Liberation Front's transport helicopter.
Just kind of, I could imagine that being there.
We appreciate your support.
Oh, this is another mission that's surprisingly tight with the income. So, to save ammunition, I just kick whenever there's a chance.
We're under attack! The Liberation Front comes, and an Escort AC! They must be here for their friend.
And try shooting only one of my Gatling guns at a time. And you can be a bit more precise of when you stop shooting something, or how many bullets you waste by overkilling something. Chainsaw, of course, also doesn't cost any ammo. And these little tiny MTs, when they shoot you, it does like 9 damage or something. It's so incredibly little. If you take out these aircraft before they reach you, they just don't even drop the MTs.
621. Secure the area.
There's also a tetrapod, but that one I don't think you need to do for an S rank. I don't think I do this on this mission. And when I try to do it, the helicopter ends up taking too much damage from the MTs, and then I fail the mission. Or I get an A rank. Because the bonus pay on this mission depends on how much health the helicopter has.
A little rest, and I'll pay you back.
Heading to the next site, Raven. Keep us covered.
So that's your number 1 priority. Have the helicopter take as little damage as possible. So it's better to go ahead, shoot down these things before they even have a trot to chance the MTs. And you should be fine. It's very nice to look at your radar, see where the red dots show up,
Raven, keep watch.
and you kind of get a bit of a head start on where enemies are coming from. But these artillery are so far away and they start shooting as soon as they show up on your radar. So you kind of have to know they're there to come up behind them in time before they start shooting the helicopter. Obviously, there are also some MTs around here.
Extracted Karman missile.
And then there are these high-reaching artillery back here. One is way back here.
Heading to the last site. Just a little.
Or no, that's a helicopter, not an artillery. The artillery are over here.
So the Rubiconian's lifeline. He must have refused to talk.
So, make sure you clear those out before they start targeting the helicopter. And that was a bit embarrassing. When you are assault boosting, if you don't have the auto lock on enabled, you're not going to be flying directly at something. So I would say if you're trying to kick something, enable auto lock on or hard lock or whatever it's called.
We're at Site C. Extracting comrade. Father, don't lie.
Unless you're confident enough that you'll get the accuracy right every time. But with mouse movement, assault boost just, it's kind of shaky, doesn't look super great. Assault boost is tied to checking if your mouse is currently moving. That's why it ends up looking really shaky in this footage sometimes.
Father Jomayan has been extracted.
Thank goodness you're safe, Father. Coral abide with Rubicon.
You don't know what you're saying, girl. There'll be nothing left but dying embers.
Mission accomplished. Leaving the combat area.
I like that you can ride pretty much any flying aircraft in this game.
That's a Redguns
Whether it's on your side or it's the enemy side. Just jump on top of them.
Prison break all alone. You're daring, I'll give you that.
And this is another New Game Plus mission, so this AC is kind of very powerful. It's balanced to assume that you have already beaten the game. Still, again, this build specializes in one-on-one AC fights, so it still goes by pretty quick. I try to sneak in a chainsaw here, and it actually works for once. I would generally not recommend trying to sneak it in like that. Try to wait until after they stagger, pretty much every time.
2 repair kits remaining.
Also, for this mission specifically, take out all the MTs because they will target the helicopter instead of targeting you. More will drop in as you're fighting G2 Nile, but since we take them out pretty quick, helicopter doesn't take too much damage before we're able to take them out.
Well done, 621.
And again, take out the aircraft before they even drop the MTs. You don't even have to worry about them. And then the invisible wall just pushes you off.
Confirmed. The chopper has exited the combat zone. Mission accomplished. Raven, a symbol of resolve. But mark my words, there will be nothing left but dying embers.
Chapter 1 seems to have a lot of the harder S's because of how many different missions there are when you're on New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, or New Game Plus 2, whatever you want to call it. But your bonus pay, 190,000 for that, based on how much health the helicopter has at the end.
Activating combat mode.
And this is another, this one's not a New Game Plus mission, and it was probably the second hardest S rank for me.
Nothing. What happened here? It's too quiet.
This is an easy mission to beat. Not easy to S rank.
621.
Take as little damage as possible here, because I think it's the pay that was making me get an A rank every time. I think I just took a bit too much damage or spent a bit too much ammunition. So I found out, shoot them with the minigun until they take about 400 damage, and then chainsaw them.
621.
Should be enough to kill them, because they get staggered halfway through your chainsaw attack. Doing just enough damage to kill them.
It's got you in its sights.
If you're low enough here, the laser can't hit you. Except that one hits you. Or hits me, not you.
621.
But if you keep boosting up until you're an angle, then it won't have a good line of sight on you.
Use your scanner. Mark your targets under. Unidentified machine down. Keep going and stay sharp.
This is another mission that really puts into perspective how big an AC is, because of all these cars that are on the road. I like to shield early here because when you go in, 3 sniper craft come up here. You want to time your side dodges pretty much as it's shooting. Maybe a little bit before. Yeah, about that timing is generally what you get. There's a bit of travel time, so when you're closer, it's a little bit harder to dodge. But you'll be able to get it, because I assume this is going to take a few times for most people.
Going 621.
I also, on my first playthrough, died in this next fight a number of times.
Get down and take a closer look.
I think it took me 3 tries to do this fight. Granted, I wasn't using a super great build for it at the time.
Water.
But this does not feel like a Chapter 1 mission.
Must have been an underground vein. BAWS was hiding a well all this time.
They all go off. I'd super high on one of these walls. So if you don't have great upward propulsion, not a super fun fight. The first one I use songbirds on. The other ones, shoot them just a little bit and they stagger. You just chainsaw them when they land on the ground. Uncharged, just so it's a little bit faster.
Another dealt with.
So you can do 1 swing if it's uncharged instead of doing the mandatory 2nd swing if you charge it. This one almost got away, so if that happens, you waste so much time. And this mission's really tight on both time and income, so try to be mindful of how fast you're killing stuff and how much ammunition you're dealing. But with a chainsaw, covers both of those issues.
Seems that's the last of them. This wasn't a simple check-in after all. Head back and rest up, 621.
I guess I should be calling it by its official name, Double Trouble. Because I think it's 2 chainsaws on top of each other. Or it's 1 big tool, but with 2 blades on it. I haven't really taken a super great look at it.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Eliminate the PCA's mandatory inspection squads.
I'm grateful for your support, Raven. We'll rendezvous later on.
So this is another new game plus or plus 2 mission.
Where did it come from?
But ironically, this one feels
Subject guards.
a bit easier
Watch out for their laser fire.
than the mission we just went through, especially to S rank. This was my first try on this. Generally, you'll notice the easier a mission is to S rank, just the sloppier it'll look like I'm playing. Because that means it probably only took me 1 or 2 tries.
We're clear. Keep moving, 621.
But for missions that require me to do it multiple times, obviously I'll know all the enemy placements, where all the objective markers are going to show up,
Raven, don't underestimate those LCs.
and just have the muscle memory to not do stuff like that.
The PCA suppression force.
Heavy firepower. On inspection.
We're being pushed back. Got that AZ down. This section is a priority operation.
Oh, this mission's also the introduction of Cape Markson,
Looks like you're clear here.
which is a very underutilized character.
Keep up the good work.
I looked into this Kate. She's not even registered in the arena. Be ready for company if her plan to ambush the rear guard goes south.
She is a very important character, but she only shows up, I think, in 2 missions.
Positions under attack too. Presently exchanging fire.
which is kind of disappointing if you know the significance of her.
Confirmed. The inspection squad inside the arsenal has been wiped out. It looks like we beat Kate.
Raven, I've finished mopping up, but I have something to report. The PCA has made an unexpected move. Let's rendezvous for now.
You heard the lady. Updating marker data.
And this is the one part of the mission that I do think will give a lot of people trouble to beat, but not to S rank. Generally, if a mission is harder to beat, the requirements for S rank seem a lot easier.
Raven the Wallclimber, I presume. As much as I'd love to stop and chat, I'm afraid we're rather pressed for time.
There's one mission that's just to defeat a cataphract, which is that tank that you see. But this also adds in both Ekdrimoy officers from another mission, which again are the final boss of that mission. You're fighting two mission bosses at the same time. But you have Kate on your side, so she tanks a lot of the aggro. Not a super bad fight. Although, if you don't keep Cataphract on your screen, sometimes it'll just ram into you. So it's a good habit to just stay above the fight. Even if you stun them, try to stay kind of high up.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
And now you just have Cataphract, which is not a difficult boss at all. Although, something about its design that's really funny to me is if you look in between the treads, there's just a guy, like in a normal bipedal armored core. So whenever you go for chainsaw attacks, it's kind of better to go in between the treads from the front. You'll get a nice shot at a part of it where it's not armored. And it almost always charges straight forward after you stagger it, so make sure you get out of the way. I hate that attack. The laser is so delayed.
Sustaining heavy fire. Can't stop them. Submitting system query.
And here you'll get a good shot that is just like a guy, Flintstone running.
Confirmed. All Special Forces craft destroyed. We're done here, 621.
Excellent work, Raven. You've shown me a thing or two.
Bye, Kate. I think... Oh yeah, this mission concludes Chapter 1, but there is an alt version of this mission. I'm going to let cutscenes play out just because
Go time, 621.
they're fun to watch. I like cutscenes. In this game.
Don't worry. Not even the PCA would anticipate a solo independent mercenary.
And I'll try not to talk too much during cutscenes either.
Main system activating combat mode.
Leave no evidence. If anyone sees you, handle it.
I'm pretty sure someone will always see you. I don't think you can stealth this mission. I've tried. I always get spotted.
1 HC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
So that line of dialogue from Walter's a bit misleading.
Code 7-8, requesting backup.
This one took me a few times to get an S rank.
Take it to the HQ.
because the build is not super great against the boss in this mission,
Wipe them out.
specifically because the combo with the chainsaw, something bad happens when you try to do it. I mean, not that bad, it's just inconsistent.
Confirmed. Enemy squad destroyed. Move on to the next area.
The path I like taking here is going all the way through the right
What happened to the
before anything sees you.
Code 1-8. All units
Come up
report
from
for
the
combat.
side of this artillery.
Exposed to snipers.
The one back there
Keep moving or they'll shoot you.
will hit the wall. Don't even have to worry about dodging it. I say that as I try to dodge it and get hit. But I'm not sure if I was getting in A rank because of
Code 31C. We
how fast I was going or from the expenses. So try to compare if you're doing this on your own. This goes for any mission. Compare, did he do it faster than me or slower than me? Did he make more money? Did he make less money? If you did either one worse than me,
You see that?
maybe you can try the stun needle build. Particularly here, it'll be a lot stronger. Or replace the chainsaw for the pile bunker for much better results, specifically against big bosses.
You're incorrigible, Handler Walter. How many of your dogs must I kill before you learn?
Is that?
Pitiful dog. I feel sorry for you. I really do. You may have survived a little longer. You had a different master.
C1249.
This guy goes down so easily, by the way, with this build. So maybe you want to use this build if you are having trouble with Sola. I mean, you shouldn't be having trouble with him, but he will. He is an enemy that I think heals when he gets low health. I don't know why I said it takes until chapter 2 for them to start doing that, because Sola 100% does that. I think. And now I'm second guessing myself. In the long run, doesn't matter. There's a lot of room for error in this mission, just a bit less than some other missions. Definitely not as hard as Investigate Arsenal number 2. Even if this mission's a lot longer and harder to beat. This is something that's really funny. If you boost upward into this, it does damage. So you can save some ammo by doing that. Then I forget that its health like regains after you damage it a little bit, which is annoying.
Good job, 621. We're done here. Head back to base. Wait, no. 621, get out of there!
Who are you? An older type of augmented human, 4th generation. Have we made contact? I am Air, a Rubiconian. Please, you must wake up. Before your consciousness is forever scattered in the coral flow.
I can almost guarantee you that there are going to be a lot of people that theorize that you die in that scene.
Augmented human C4621. Vital signs confirmed. Disabling autopilot. Establishing comms link with him.
Raven. I've identified an approaching enemy. I'll synchronize with your brainwaves and maintain contact to support you.
Alright, Voltaeus time.
Deactivating combat.
Instantly make a shield so that you have enough time to use 2 in this fight.
I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft.
You do not need to play really smart with this build. You just want to get close, double Gatling, Songbird, kick, do whatever you can to break that shield quick. And when you do break the shield, you might not actually want a chainsaw.
Picking up a master. Pull server down. Now's your chance, Raven.
This is also a good fight to have lock on for, because you're going to be assault boosting a lot. So you want to be able to get those angles that you can't get if you don't have it enabled, because your screen doesn't turn to look at it, it only looks straight forward if you have soft lock on.
Raven, get clear.
AP at 50%.
While you're assault boosting, I mean. I don't know if I explained that super well, but you're just going to miss a lot more if you have soft lock on while assault boosting. I thought I used the chainsaw in this fight. Maybe not.
50%.
Okay, it doesn't look like I do, with good reason. When you use chainsaw on big enemies like Voltaeus, the hitbox is so small that only half of the hits actually connect as they fly back a little bit from the melee knockback.
Enemy systems down. It's
But it shouldn't be too bad, even without the chainsaw. It should be even easier if you bring Pile Bunker, because that always connects. If you're touching, of course.
Raven. You need rest. But first, a warning. The coral surge you were swept up in? That was just a glimpse. A premonition of the storm of flame that will burn Rubicon.
Yay! I don't remember what that bonus pays for. I think it's from fighting Sola, the AC that fights you right before Voltaeus. But there's an alt version of this mission. It is almost exactly the same, and I really hate that there's an alt version of this,
Sees you. Handle it.
even if it's not too bad.
Intruder sighted. It's just one AC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging.
So, I've kind of already explained everything once, so until we get to the part that this mission changes, I'll just talk about stuff that's been interesting me recently, and I've been thinking about. I think it's pretty clear what's gonna win Game of the Year this year for 2023, specifically at the Game Awards, and I think it's Baldur's Gate 3. I don't necessarily think that's my, or the best game this year, or even my personal favorite. I just think it's the most likely to win. So let's think of all the candidates. What is there? Resident Evil 4, Armored Core 6, I guess, Starfield. At the time of recording this, it does seem like a lot of people are starting to get disappointed with it. But I could be wrong, I haven't tried it myself yet. Spider-Man 2 is not out yet. Dead Space was fun, but It is very, very similar to the original, which is both good and bad in its own ways. But I think in terms of Game of the Year nominations, probably not going to get as many rewards as it would have if it changed a lot like Resident Evil 4.
Marker data. Proceed in the direction indicated.
Which Resident Evil 4 actually is my personal Game of the Year.
That's the Watchpoint's control
I really liked it. It doesn't
inside. Make your way.
quite keep the spirit of a remake as much as Dead Space does, but I do think it improves more than it hurts upon the original game.
621. Stop. Behind
Like the original Resident Evil 4, fantastic game. Remake,
I'll be coming for you next.
I think I might like the remake just a little bit more.
The dog.
C1249. He's an independent mercenary.
So what's different about this mission is you have snipers in the top corners that are shooting you, but if you can take out Sola just that quick, shouldn't be an issue. These snipers are the same from the Investigate BAWS Arsenal number 2. So the same thing where you can shoot them a bit and then chainsaw will work. And if you hide under the bridge as you're approaching them, their shots won't hit you. Very highly recommend doing that. For these ones on the other side, when you come back around, you might want to fly up closer to the bottom of the bridge. Or you can just fly straight at them. Just try to make sure there are either obstructions in the way, or you're dodging properly. But the Balteus fight, still there, completely unchanged.
Forget about them, 621. Back to work. Penetrate the control center and destroy the target.
But back on the Game of the Year thing, you can kind of guess what's going to win Game of the Year a lot of the time, even if you don't think it necessarily deserves it. 2016 was a pretty bad example. Or it's a good example of what I'm meaning, it's just an example that bothers me.
Center.
Because that's the year Overwatch came out with no single player content, not really any sort of progression. $60 game with more microtransactions inside of it. That game, according to Blizzard, doesn't even exist anymore. Just Overwatch 2 now.
Autonomous PCA craft, Balteus.
And it won Game of the Year over Dark Souls 3. What else came out that year? Titanfall 2, I think, came out that year. Uncharted 4. Dishonored 2. They gave it to Overwatch. And while Armored Core 6 is super fun, I don't think it has a super great chance of winning Game of the Year. Oh, this flame sword attack, I should have mentioned this the first time fighting him, but you very much want to move vertically rather than horizontally, specifically for that attack to dodge it. For both that attack where he brings the flamethrowers together and the ones where he does a big horizontal swipe.
The enemy can't take much more.
Like that. And I used the chainsaw and it kind of worked here. I think, unless I'm misremembering. Earlier in this fight, I mean. And a lot of the hits connected. It's just not as much as if you did the pile bunker. Also, Baldur's Gate 3. I don't dislike that game. I should get that out of the way. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is fantastic. But I just like Resident Evil 4 just a little bit more. But if you have a guess for what's gonna win, or what you think deserves to win, just tell me in the comments down below. Classic engagement farming.
Commencing infiltration to grid 086.
So that concludes chapter 1.
Creating backdoor into system. Deactivating lock on vertical catapult.
Which was how many missions? 16? Chapter 2 is 4 missions. It is 1/4 the size of Chapter 1. But it does have, in my opinion, the hardest S rank in the game.
Let's get to work, shall we?
Not this mission, of course.
Main system activating combat mode.
They sent me the marker data. Let's head toward the elevator going.
This is another mission where you get bonus pay based on enemies defeated. So you can see that there are light MTs clinging to the ceiling behind you if you use the radar. Just use an AoE. Comb is the name of the credits, right? I think. Comb, C-O-A-M. These light MTs just give a lot of it, so it's worth killing them on the way.
Who's this tourist? You think you could just waltz straight in here? Hope you're watching, boss. Leave it to
That guy recovered from his attitude stability, or the stagger, so fast. And that actually is a stat that your AC can have, attitude stability and attitude recovery. Things with high attitude recovery, you will never be able to pile bunker combo. But I believe the chainsaw will always combo if you time it right. Enemies like these, pile bunker all you want. It will definitely connect because they're staggered for so long, and they're not going to dodge when you get close to them. But chainsaw's a bit more consistent, just in general.
She joined them 3 years ago, bringing with her a crew of junk wizards and hackers. With Intercept the Redguns, she seized total control and expanded their operations.
When you operate this door, a toy box MT is going to spawn behind you, so just be ready for that. It's in armor until it breaks out of this shell, but once it comes out, it goes down incredibly quick, especially if you use songbirds to stagger it.
Well, you're no slouch, are you?
Check out this whiff. Terrible, but it somehow doesn't notice me there. The game is very lenient with enemies being unaware, and if you didn't know, unaware enemies do take more impact damage, more stagger. So if you use songbirds to basically backstab an MT, you will just do crazy damage to them. This is another objective that I think is required for an S rank. Back in this room. Or not in this room, but the room over. And I fail like 3 times to enter this hole. So I just get frustrated. Let's just take out the MTs back here first. This mission's not super tight on time, so I want to show you something real quick. Back in this tube, with the lava coming out of it, there was an AC in there. If you check that AC's log, it talks about how there's someone here who owes a debt. And that person is right here. Nozak, I think is how you say that. Not sure. But much like other ACs, stagger, chainsaw. Ooh, he said a bad word. In hindsight, it's really funny. My Dead Space video, which performed terribly. I go out of my way to censor pretty much every swear word in it, which is kind of ridiculous for Dead Space. There's a lot of violence, viscera, language, and I don't know why I thought, maybe the people watching this video will be offended by that, but it's Dead Space. You kind of have to expect that. I think I was more along the lines of, I don't want to get demonetized, but it's whatever.
Picking up multiple MTs.
You can save a lot of ammo here if you shoot the gasoline tanks up here. I think they're gasoline tanks. They might be something like that. Carla calls them fireworks, so I guess they're just bombs. Saves you a lot of money though. Takes away a lot of the risk of being damaged by all the MTs down here. All you have to do is take out the tetrapod.
You've made your point. Nice surrender. Just not worth the losses. Come on, I'll let you through. Up along now.
This fight's another one that you might want Pile Bunker over Double Trouble for.
Shall we, Raven?
But first, free resupply. 2 free expansions.
Are you? I like that as a tourist.
And even though we don't have the Pile Bunker,
Goodbye.
this fight is just a joke to Tetrapod and Tetrapod ACs. Just shoot directly into the hole in the back. It's also got a weak spot on the face, on the front, which I think you do more damage to, even when it's staggered. But the chainsaw just does not reach it for most of it. And that's why this is a fight that you want Pile Bunker for. But just to minimize confusion, I'm not going to change my build for everything except for 2 missions.
Have the last laugh.
And I'll let you know when I change that. Just use the Gatling guns for damage. It's going to shoot lava at the top in this phase, so probably worth using an expansion shield. And just finish it off.
Enemy systems offline. Complete shutdown confirmed.
Enough, tourist. It's been miserable knowing you, but I guess playing nice is a smart choice here. You want to go up top, right? Let me show you the way. Guided tour from Cinder Carla herself.
You get so much bonus pay on this mission. A lot of which comes from the cleaner fight.
Main system activating combat mode.
But this is the single hardest mission to S rank.
Get up there and bag me some coyotes.
I spent over an hour on this mission. It's extremely tight both on time
Hey! We got
and
an
on
XP.
expenses.
Never seen
So this one I'll go through step by step what I do. Songbird's the missile guy up there while you have the shield up, and just kick all of these light MTs. You cannot afford to use any ammunition on these guys.
When did those hit the black market? Clean as a whistle.
Try to get 2 at a time
Tourist.
whenever possible.
Enemies detected. I'll mark their location.
The route I go here
Figured you could handle this
is
on your
obviously
own.
get the guys that are closer to you first, kind of go up and down while assault boosting so the missiles don't hit you. Kick 2 at the same time, which was very lucky. I didn't even mean to do that.
And it ain't dumbass
Shield should be up by now. Fly over to these guys.
We'll blow them sky high.
Try to dodge the slow missiles. Inevitably get hit by them. But I was 90% sure this was not going to be an S rank. Because of this, I thought made me just a few seconds too slow. That stagger.
Coyote force eliminated.
Looks like it's over. Guess I was right to pick you for the job. And now, it's my turn to help you.
And again, I did not think I got an S rank on that one. This one is so strict. It's so hard to dodge the missiles, both the fast ones and the slow ones combined, when you have them coming at you from 3 different directions. And that first phase with the puncher and kicker light empties takes so long if you don't get double kicks like every time. But this one, fortunately, it's harder to clear as a mission, but it's so much easier to S rank. It's kind of the, again, inverse of what you'd expect. The harder a mission is, the easier it is to S rank in almost every case. The key to this one is just memorize where the hacking drones are. But if you scan, then it's going to show up on your radar.
I get why they want our tech. I just wish they had a little more flair. If it were me,
And this door that you
they'd
open,
raid us from orbit and just yank our servers off the ground.
I would recommend not doing it like I did here. If you come in from the left side, I think there's a door on that side. It's a little bit quicker because you don't have to loop all the way around like this. But I'll grab this one on the way. This mission does not have bonuses for clearing enemies, so you can ignore that tetrapod. But I get a shield just to get by it because I'm scared of getting hit by the plasma sword.
Wow, that was fast. Sent the coyotes and their pals a little counter virus. Their servers are officially fried. Maybe that'll teach them to behave. Wait, the radar. Are there more of them?
Let's move to Intercept.
And this next fight's kind of weird. Because while this build's really good at making ACs not heal, because you essentially one-shot them from half health, or like 2/3 health, sometimes full health. But you don't want to do that here.
Thought I'd just make some extra scratch. Guess I can settle the score at the same time.
And this is also technically a New Game Plus mission. It only comes up if you do the alt version of the Dam mission, where you fight off Gun 4 and Gun 5.
Bet you think you're hot shit now. You're making a mistake. You're gonna die, freelancer.
But look, leave him with a little bit of health. He's gonna heal. And then you've got the stealth snipers again. I hate these enemies so much. Don't go for the one with the shield first. That one takes so long to kill while you've got all of these snipers on you. But the reason you don't want Iguazu to be dead here is because the snipers will focus him. Or some of them will. Iguazu will also help you kill them until you're done with all of them.
We're both in trouble here.
Although I accidentally hit him a few times, so now he's trying to kill me as well. Luckily, wasn't that big of a misplay.
Now we can finally be alone. You're next, freelancer.
And now you're totally free to melt him.
Damn it! I would have had you! Don't you dare think you've won!
Looks like it's over. I'll have the crew check out those mechs.
Raven, those unidentified machines were using encrypted communications. I'll do what I can to decrypt them.
Also, spoiler, I don't think Air ever decrypts them. I don't know why they have her say that. Unless I'm misremembering. But I don't think she ever figures out what they're saying.
Activating combat mode.
Here we go, tourist. I'll lead the way, just as promised. But after this, you owe me one.
And this is the end of Chapter 2, already, Ocean Crossing. Big thing about this mission is it's a short run, you gotta dodge a bunch of satellite lasers, and then there's the chapter boss, and that's it.
Sadly, that's beyond my territory. I mean, once you're out there, the PCA satellites see everything. A few of the stupider dozers took it as a challenge, went out to prove themselves. You can guess what happened.
So you can dodge the satellite lasers, but with this build you're kind of slow at dodging, so it's pretty difficult to do, especially if you're not assault boosting. So it's best to just take the underground route.
Intruder detected. Forbidden sector. Terminating target.
That must be the PCA security system.
No bonuses for clearing enemies on this mission, just ignore these guys.
Well, nowhere to hide now.
These ones I don't ignore just because there's a good chance that they do damage to you while you're trying to get by. But hiding under this bridge makes it so the satellite can't target you. Assault boost over.
Don't get fried. Nice moves.
You're still in range, so you want to assault boost up here under this little overhead. Shield just in case. But you should get out of range either way.
Intruder has escaped satellite range. Raising threat level.
We're not far from the cargo launcher.
Intruder detected near closed facility.
Might as well clean up while you're here, tourist. Never did care for them stairs hangers.
I don't know how these enemies do so much stagger damage.
That's what I
Or
like to
impact
see.
damage, I guess is what it's officially called.
The cargo launcher ready.
There. Access the container.
Now, if you could just step inside.
This is yet another fight that's trivialized by Tetrapod. If you fly just high enough, the melee can't hit you. If you fly right above it, a lot of its bullets will actually come out the end of the barrel of the gun. And again, will not hit you. The chainsaw actually does full damage on this,
To haunt Rubicon.
even though it's a big boss.
Here.
They also give you a really big warning whenever it does its big core laser.
That machine was created
So,
by a bunch of mad
much like the stealth snipers, it's kind of good to dodge right as it shoots, which is a different timing depending on when it beeps between enemies, so try to learn this timing specifically. Might take you a few tries, but ultimately the requirements for S rank aren't that bad for this. I think this one's more income is going to be the bottleneck for you rather than the time. So use melee attacks whenever possible. Pile bunker, obviously more efficient, but
Back to the workshop.
I don't feel like going to the garage.
Can do this right then.
Smash it up, tourist.
I thought I would have enough fuel to finish it, but I didn't. But it's fine, didn't take much more damage.
The generator's going to explode.
They also, whenever they tell you the generator is going to explode, they want you to run away, but it's not going to do damage to you.
They were using coal for fuel.
That was quite the show, tourist. How about we get back on track? Hop in the container. I'll operate the launcher from here.
Then, this is actually one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. Remember at the start, we have to catapult to the correct location. It's like a couple miles away. This time you have to catapult across an entire ocean.
By the way, tourist, you're Walter's hound, right? Well, guess a dog can't choose its master. But still, tough luck. I feel sorry for you, I really do. Oh, and one more thing. You know the cargo launcher's strictly for cargo, right? No one's ever used it to launch themselves before. At least not in one piece. Hope your luck changes.
Raven? You see it too, don't you? The voices of the coral. Currents coursing across Rubicon. Walter was correct in his judgment. The coral. It's here, in this desolate place.
And that's chapter 2. And now, on to chapter 3, steal the survey data in the central ice field. This one, luckily after the last two being kind of difficult, depending on your build of course, this one's not as bad. I S-ranked this first try and I don't even think I performed that great. Especially if you know the shortest path, if you go to the one that's to the right, and then the center, and then the far back. I believe that puts you closest to the final objective.
Taking Xylem's money, no doubt.
And these logs are, again, lore dump. It's all about finding where the coral is sort of converging at. And that's kind of the whole point of chapters 3 and 4.
Like the one we passed through during our journey here.
That makes 2.
Of course, you can hide behind the objective to block any bullets, but I didn't really do that much. And again, they only do like 9 damage each. If they're from a generic weaponry or light MT or something. It's those missiles you have to watch out for. They do a lot of impact damage. I actually almost got stunned there. There's another mission where you get extra rewards based on the number of enemies destroyed, so might as well take out the tetrapod. I don't think this one is required for S rank, but it's just a lot of money in a mission that doesn't have that much base payout. Look at that, 24,000. That's a fourth of the entire mission's payout. Another lore dump. I think the Fires of Ibis are... It's like such a cool concept, but we only have a couple of shots of what it actually looked like. which is a little disappointing. I think that's one of the first things they showed. They showed that in the announcement trailer, right? And then every time we saw the Fires of Ibis after that, it was just the same shot. Though I guess that's fine. That's kind of like a... It's so catastrophic that it's an almost like mythical event. You know, there are pros and cons. I also imagine the development time on that one shot was ridiculous.
Who knows what's out there on this vast sheet of ice?
You and the AC, what are you doing here?
Looks like their MTs just got...
Again, shoot these down before they even drop the MTs. Don't even have to fight them. Annual grit bonus for the generic weaponry, 10,000 each. And you still get the bonus for the MTs that die, that are still being carried. Which is ridiculous. I think you get more bonus payout than base payout on this mission. After that, the objective spawns a bit forward and to the left of where I'm currently facing, but I wasn't being proactive in moving towards it. But if you're having trouble getting the S rank based on time, then yeah, you should be doing that.
I want you to find them and stop them.
Two repair kits remaining.
Just save a bit of ammo with the chainsaw wherever possible. Or you can just ignore these. I don't know what happened there. I think I got hit by a windmill blade. Oh, I also never mentioned this before, but to get an S rank, you're never allowed to use a checkpoint. I don't know why I didn't mention that. That should be obvious enough if you're trying to go for S ranks.
Shut it down before Balaam gets hold of our data.
Eliminate them.
For this part, you want to hide behind this wall because the whole like, oh, bigger villain comes and just destroys everyone. And you get all of the money for it. But you do want to dodge the lasers that drop. Look them out. Look how much money you make.
It's identifying as PCA.
It just all comes up at once. I think there's one more helicopter you can destroy still on the ground. Maybe not.
That's not subject guard. They sent in an
LCs are a bit of a pain sometimes, so I like using the shield here. I'm getting down low enough that the sniper MT can't hit you.
PCA's rank and file, and a big step up from subject guard MTs.
I somehow didn't have the charge on my chainsaw, so I just got the weaker hit. If you do get the weaker hit, you should try to go for the second hit, because if you charge it, you'll always swing twice. If you don't charge it, it's a choice between swinging once or swinging twice, depending on how many times you hit the button. Just average tetrapod gameplay.
Intercept 621. Looks like you're on the deck. Good call. Now smash the
Enemy propulsion
You don't
systems
get
compromised.
bonus credits for destroying PCA units, but I clear a few out here just to be a bit safe and take a bit less damage. Although I think I end up taking more damage because of this. Yeah, it would have been better to just hide behind the building. And the mission ends either way.
Looks like the coast is clear. The closure area is SG.
And the helicopter in the tutorial mission, that was a PCA craft. A lot of people that I've talked to didn't quite make that connection and think that's when the PCA are introduced. No, they're in the first mission. This is another mission that's really hard to S-rank, not because of points, but because of time. It's really misleading because they keep talking about, oh, if you destroy the fuel storage tanks, you'll get extra money. And you get 10,000 each, and they only take a few bullets. So you would think, oh, I should destroy every single fuel tank. No, it takes way too long, and you end up having way more money than you need. I do think you need to defeat this PCA Enforcement Squad member. I've never been able to get an S rank if I don't do that. And he does give a lot of money, so that's also helpful.
You see that, 621? That dome's your refinery plant. I've updated your marker data. Head for the target.
Don't go directly across the bridge or else those artillery's cannons will shoot at you. You'll take a lot of damage from them. These helicopters, they're just pinatas. Free 10,000 each. You're free to kick them, melee them, do whatever. There are more fuel storage tanks down from here, like directly beneath where I am right now. They are not worth going down to pick up. Instead, save your fuel, just go right up to where the final fight is. There's also going to be a supply drop up there. I don't even take the time to do that. I also have 3 repair kits, 2 expansions. Shouldn't be an issue to do this fight.
That's the refinery plant. 21621.
Code 5. Hostile AC guided.
Couple free points on the way. Artillery is, in particular, worth a lot for how much health it has. And chainsaw.
Target destroyed. Our work here is done, 6-2.
Raven, I'm picking up something in the stratosphere. It's approaching fast.
Go 2-3, attending scene. Watchpoint report checked out. Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
This fight, you really... I would recommend turning on hard luck, just so you pick one target and you get them down without accidentally targeting the other. I would say go for the lieutenant. The lieutenant's got this sword attack that just does so much damage if you get hit by it. So if you're attacking the sergeant, you will almost certainly get hit by that and take like half your health. And with how quick this mission wants you to be, and how long that animation is, it's just a terrible decision.
Both PCA SP craft destroyed.
I'm sure our paymasters planned for that too. They got their walking advertisement all right.
And I've seen people get a lot less income and still get an S rank. I think you need like 320,000 or maybe even just 300,000.
Activating combat mode.
Either way, just try and fiddle around and compare your results with my results. Other people see what exactly you're doing worse at if you're stuck getting an A rank or a B rank. This mission's a bit different. It's kind of meant to be like a designated stealth mission. But if you go up really high and kind of do that kind of crescent path that I do and destroy that one enemy that'll lock onto you, nothing else is gonna catch you. It's an automatic mission fail if you stay in the line of sight of an enemy for too long. And they kind of show you with these spotlights.
Raven, surveillance MT.
I don't quite know what spotted me there, but I guess I was far enough away that it didn't matter. And up here, you can kind of start moving to the objective before it even comes up.
That must be Swinburne, the target.
And this mission's cool because it's not really
Target confirmed.
a direct accept or refuse choice like it is for Attack the Dam.
This is our opportunity for
If Swinburne gets low on health, he'll shield, he'll heal, and he'll have an offer for you. If you take the offer, then a member of the Rubicon Liberation Front, Rokumonson, I think is his name, he'll say you're dishonorable and he'll fight you in his AC called the Shinobi. But for us, Swinburne doesn't even get the chance to use the shield. And it still counts as an S rank.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. Let's go home, Raven.
I believe that is the first death of a Vesper, one of the Arquebus ranks. Even if you don't kill him, I believe you get a log or a message explaining that he was sent for re-education or something. He dies either way,
Main system activating combat mode.
or at least doesn't show up for the rest of the story.
Commence mission. Destroy the old sensor at the end of the underground tunnel. This place may be derelict, but it won't be left undefended. Keep your guard up, 621.
This mission might be worth to kill enemies on the way. You don't get that much money on it relative to the base pay. What was the base pay? I gotta look this up. Tunnel Sabotage, yeah, 130,000 for doing the mission. So that's a lot compared to how long this mission is. But all of these enemies, you have to go by, you take damage if you don't kill them, and then you have to escape the tunnel at the end of the mission. So I would say it's worth just kill anything on the way, and on the way out you'll have a much easier time. But this is an easy mission,
That's the target.
both to beat and to get an S rank.
It's protected by a basic shield. Just hit it from the inside. Target destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Raven, wait. The wall response is getting stronger.
Surge. That shouldn't have been enough to... 621. Pull out. Now. Don't touch the coral current. Your armor can't take it.
I don't know why the UI says there's an EN anomaly. 'Cause there's another time in the game where that comes up, and you get unlimited EN usage. But in here, I can't tell any difference. Just try not to touch the coral beams and you should be fine though.
You have to hurry, Raven.
Code 31C. What's the system verdict?
Proceed. How exactly?
Straight up. The coral's coming.
621. Don't fall behind.
I love escape missions like this in games. Just, the place is gonna explode, you gotta get out of there. The whole Super Metroid kind of escape sequence thing.
You made it. Somehow.
It's a cool trope, more games should do it. Even though a lot of games already do it.
Back and rest, 621.
One misstep, and that coral surge would have
It's one of those things that just makes any game better. Like ragdolls.
Life on the line.
Ragdoll physics, hilarious in every single game. Next is prevent corporate salvage of new tech. Oh, this is where you fight two LCs or an HC, standing for like cavalry and heavy cavalry, and then the other one comes and fights you. This is an incredibly short, easy mission. The next one's also long, so I guess I'm going to talk about another thing that I wanted to bring up in this video that's completely unrelated to the actual S ranks, but I've been seeing discourse recently about, is this game easy game or hard game? I think, what, Video Game Donkey kind of made that like a bit more of a big debate. I think he made a video where he said it was too easy. And of course, a lot of old Armored Core fans, they kind of think this game a little bit too easy. I'm kind of on the side that I would say for what this game is, being a single-player AAA Game of the Year contender, what is it up against? A lot of games that I would say are easier than it. I don't think this game is incredibly difficult, but I don't think I would call it an easy game in relation to other games that have come out this year. So I think that's a really weird sentiment I've been hearing. I think it's because people are kind of comparing this game to the kind of infamy of FromSoft games for being difficult, or for comparing it to older AC games, in which case I can understand calling it easy. Or if you're trying to just be super hard-ass gamer, being like, ooh, I'm so good at this game that it's easy to me. But I just wanted to weigh in on that. I think I would say this game is on the harder side compared to similar games. And there's no bonus pay on this mission. Oh, I should also mention, it doesn't matter if you go left or right first. I just like going left first because I think the path is shorter.
Main system activating combat mode.
The ECM won't interfere with our contact. But it is effective. This must be a beacon left by the
This mission, just follow the beacons.
I'll use markers to track them.
I mean, there's not much to say about this mission. For the next 3, there's a lot of easy S ranks in a row. The one thing that I don't like about this mission is those drones that explode. You can defeat them, and if you're too close to them, they still do damage to you on their explosion. So don't melee them, shoot them. Like, there's some enemies in this game that I imagine will make challenge runs so much harder. I mean, someone's already beaten this game with no weapons, right? Just fists only.
Intrusion attempt persisting. Normalization process A.
But he didn't do like the New Game Plus bosses, or New Game Plus Plus, because of course on your first playthrough you can do either ending, but you have to do 3 playthroughs to get the true ending, which you have to get both of the other endings for, I think. This is how it does the check. I don't know if you can do the same ending twice in a row. But the way I got the true ending is just whenever there was a new mission that I hadn't done yet on the previous run, just do that mission. And these enemies are so annoying. Just kill them when you go by them. They do a lot of damage. They dodge super sporadically. Or not sporadically. What would be the word? Erratically would be the word. I get a bit lost here. Go backwards instead of to the beacon that's in front of me. I go to the one that's behind me. His arrow only marks the furthest beacon you've reached. As soon as you scan this item, you're going to get into a fight, so it's nice to use a shield before doing it. Although you can use the shield while starting the scan, so maybe you would start it, wait a second, then shield, and then, of course, fight. And it's these guys again. I hate these guys. The Xylem control system enemies, which are the same as the ones from the BAWS Arsenal number 2 investigation and the what was it? The one with Balteus. It's attack something. Attack the Watchpoint.
Fortunately, the data we found helped to identify where the last ECM.
Oh, and you can also start heading towards the ECM device before it's even revealed.
Let's check it out. You know, it's been a long time since we've been on a mission together without Walter. Raven, that's the last of the control devices. We'll have Walter back after this.
6-2. Do you read me? Do you read me? You've got PCA incoming. Pull out before they make this complicated.
Remember this guy from the tutorial? Now that you actually have a build, he should be even easier than he was before.
So much for subtlety. You'll have to fight your way out now.
Although I like dealing with the snipers first, just because of how much damage they do. You do have the choice to go to the ground and activate a bunch of devices, which I do for, I think, 2 of them.
Try accessing it if you need support.
They kind of help a bit with the snipers, but I think I already cleared most of the snipers, so it might not help that much.
There. Sabo's defenses now recognize you as an ally.
Or no, there's a few left. Doesn't matter. I'll just get the helicopter first. This is also one of the bosses that kills you just by it moving into you. Or not kills you, but just damages you by doing that. Which is really annoying to me. If that's one thing I hate in games, is getting stunned or knocked around or losing control. It just feels wrong to me. I hate it. On top of the noise it makes. That's why I wanted a build that focused so much on high attitude stability. So even my mobility might not be the quickest. I'm not going to get stunned as often as something like the... Or I guess the other pair of quads. Tetra legs would be an example. They have, what, more move speed, less weight, but more... Or less attitude stability, I think. It's all up to preference, though. And this is a long mission. You have to do it twice. Really annoying. There's an alt version for this. This alt version, I think, plays if you did the Rescue the Prisoners helicopter mission, where you rescued Thumb Dolmayan, or Father Dolmayan. But for the majority of this mission, it plays exactly the same. So I gotta think of something else to talk about during this, or else it's gonna be really quiet. How about back on that whole community glorifying difficulty thing? I don't think it's a bad thing to like difficult games, but I think it's kind of annoying when people think games are bad because they aren't that difficult. I will say it is kind of, you know, a noticeable trend that single player games recently haven't been exceedingly difficult, but we're kind of reaching a point where if you want difficult games, you have to kind of make your own challenges. I already brought up that someone beat this game with fists only, and I think most people, if they were to try that challenge, would say that it's, you know, very difficult to do. You could play a game like Baldur's Gate 3, not that hard of a game, even on Tactician, at least in my opinion. Of course, it depends on how much you abuse the system, what limitations you put on yourself, how min-maxy you are, but if you were to say, oh, I want to play the whole game, Tactician mode, no companions, then that would be a difficult game. So, if all you're looking for a game is difficulty, I think we're kind of in an okay spot where you can just make your own difficulty and then say, oh, well, I did that challenge. Even if the baseline to beat a game isn't as hard as it might have used to be.
Fortunately, the data we found helped to identify where the last ECM device is. I've set a marker for it. Let's check it out. Raven, that's the last of the control
And this is where the
boxes.
mission changes on the alt version.
We'll have Walter back after this.
ECM subsystems offline. Switching to encrypted circuit. Registration number RB23. Call sign Raven. Apologies for the intrusion.
So don't waste your ammo on this helicopter like I did, because this AC will do it for you. Thumb Domayan, the guy that you saved before.
Forged in ash, we stand
His motivation is, you are too strong.
at your grave.
Although it's valid, because you took out other
Call sign
Liberation
Raven.
Front
Human C4621.
assets, such as like the wall. You are the Wallclimber, which was very bad for them. But, you know, chainsaw, easy enough. Although, did just too little damage to kill him and he healed twice. Massive pain.
I know you, Dennis. You can swim into voices. Just as I once did. Syria. Forgive me. Forgive this old grave.
Target destroyed. Good. The Rubiconian symbiosis is no more than suppression and exploitation of coral. We hope this encounter was informative. Now restoring the link to your handler.
Domayan's line where he says, "Forgive me, Syria." Every time it just makes me think of that one tweet. The guy who was making fun of FromSoft storytelling. "Forgive me, Zanzibar." I need to find that tweet. Although I think that was tweeted by the person who was a scriptwriter for Borderlands or something like that. So I know a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, you have no footing to say that." Although I guess I am one of the YouTubers who talks about how good FromSoft storytelling is now.
We did arrive as
So I'm kind of the butt of that joke, I guess. The missiles here, I don't think take damage in this little introductory phase, so you're free to just kick them all down. Or chainsaw, or pile bunker, or laser sword, or moonlight.
We're all set, Chief. Commencing missile launch sequence.
Oh yeah, you haven't met. Chatty's our systems admin. Doesn't talk much, but he knows his stuff. Anyway, no time for pleasantries. We've got coyotes to deal with. Never thought they'd end up palling around with the PCA. Smart, but not for long.
To get into S rank on this mission, I believe you need all 3 missiles up at the end.
coming from the front left side. Intercept the Redguns.
Although that shouldn't be difficult at all. This is just an assumption on my part because I've never failed to do that when replaying this mission. Just the AoE of the songbirds, the kicks, all of that kind of trivializes this.
That's what I like to see, tourists. I almost pity the poor fools.
And your radar will tell you a little bit before they come into the combat zone. Just look down, look for the red dots, follow where they're leading.
Don't let them slip past you.
I do think the combat zones in this game are maybe a bit too strict. You end up flying into invisible walls like a lot. Although I guess they're not invisible, they do have the indicators. I'm surprised that one didn't die. Did I miss the kick on that? Yeah, kicks do one-shot them, so depending on your build. This is a very, very heavy build. So you just hit that threshold for one-shotting some enemies, but not if there's an invisible wall.
One of our spicier products.
These toy box enemies, these are actually an issue. They do so much damage if they get all the way to a missile. Whenever they show up on the bridge, make that your priority.
Missile launch sequence at 50%.
Chatty's almost ready. Don't fail us now, tourist.
They're coming from 3 directions at once.
This is actually a bad choice on my part to go
Don't let any through.
get the MTs in the back. I should just be focusing on the toy box mechs, because look how much damage it did to the sub-missile. It's just crazy.
Looks like we're ahead of their reinforcements.
Maybe ease off a little, tourist. There won't be anyone left to see the fireworks.
I'm very lucky that that second part hit. I think this mission ends early once you clear all the waves. Which is the case for a few of these timed missions, like the historic data recovery. I believe it's once you take out this ship. Which, it just feels so good to take out the ships in this game.
Looks like the bigger dogs have arrived.
Especially if you have a pile bunker.
Batter up, tourist. You've blown up a warship
Although,
before,
that
right?
might have been a pretty sloppy takedown.
Light-hand ammunition.
Confirmed. PCA warship destroyed.
That's the stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for the pre-show, tourist.
Missile launch sequence complete, Chief. Ready when you are.
You're the best, Chatty. You too, tourist. Here come the fireworks.
I doubt there's a
Enjoy.
strict time requirement for an S rank,
Tourist,
just because it's a 5-minute mission,
impact
but
point.
you might have to clear the waves a little bit early.
Looks like I was a little off. Well, close enough is good enough for me.
Raven. They really are like fireworks.
And should be easy S. Bonus pay of 160,000 if all 3 missiles are up. I don't think their health matters, because like if they explode, they explode. What's up next? It is eliminate the enforcement squads. This one's tricky if you don't know that there is an AC behind you. So first thing, turn around, go this way.
Commence mission. Eliminate all PCA forces occupying the wall.
There's both a log to read, a combat log from the AC, and I believe this is required for an S rank. There's just, you know, lore about the Institute. But yeah, here's Ring Freddy. He's not very strong against this build. He has very bad attitude recovery. Easy fight.
Guide me. Faith.
The name Freddy has just been ruined for me.
Stand silent.
Looks like you dealt with him.
I think I have to admit,
Back to work, 16.
the original Five Nights at Freddy's, it's like my guilty pleasure game.
Code 1-5, solo AC. An independent merge will be terminated.
Not that I dislike the other ones, it's just first one might be my favorite.
Code 31A, sustaining damage.
Requesting back. Code 5, target for termination sighted. Engaging.
Equipped for heavy fire.
LCs are still just very weak to this build. Something else is targeting me. I think an MT is around here somewhere. I don't see it on my radar though. It might have just been a missile.
This area's all clear. Keep moving, 61. We're getting readings from inside the wall.
This mission is kind of bizarre to me. I think on New Game, like not even New Game Plus, just base game, I'm pretty sure you fought an LC and an HC by now.
Where's our patrol? All units. External comms have been compromised.
But they kind of treat this AC as this big boss in this mission.
Code 5, solo AC. Code 2-3, attending C. Cover the warrant officer's HC.
HCs are one of those enemies that I wouldn't blame you if you turned on hard luck. They're kind of hard to keep track of sometimes. And there's a good showcase of why you should try to be a bit lower than enemies when you use the chainsaw. For some reason, it's a lot better at reaching upwards than it is at reaching downwards. Although it has bad vertical reach either way, you want to be as close to level with them as possible.
Enemy system silent. HC enforcement craft destroyed.
Nothing left in the vicinity. Looks like you cleaned up. We're done here. Head back to base 621.
No bonus pay for that mission, so you don't need to destroy as many of the enemies as I did, but I do still think you need to kill Ring Freddy. And this is a Cataphract rematch. I guess this would be the first time you see it, because that mission with Kate Markson, it's a New Game +2 thing. But it's the exact same fight, outside of the fact that it's the only thing you're fighting now.
Code 2-3, enemy AC confirmed. Rapidly exchanging fire.
Again, try to go for the guy standing in the middle of it. I don't know how that did not hit me.
You've got some nerve showing up here. That peak of yours started off. Did you really think we could let you walk?
Here you get a lot better view of the fact that he's just Flintstone running. I think that's by far the funniest thing in this game. Like, just look at him.
The Cataphract has been destroyed. Mission accomplished. Forget about this Raven character. Borrowed licenses are always trouble.
Huh. What are you and Walter doing here on Rubicon?
This is, in my opinion, one of the best money farming missions in New Game. 270,000 for a super quick fight. I think Wallclimber for Chapter 1. And then when you get to here in Chapter 3, I think this becomes the new best mission to farm.
Main system activating.
Now you have attacked the Old Spaceport. This mission's kind of boring.
Commence mission. Destroy all the berth's warships.
They're just, yeah, warships. You have to go through all of the points of the map. Then you have to go up high, up where the rocket is. I killed this, I think this is an LC, or is it an HC? It's an LC. I don't know if that one's required for S rank, but I doubt it. This is another mission I got on the first try. Shouldn't be an issue. It's kind of long though.
Estimated Estimated threat range 3 to 4. Contain the target.
Hey, buddy. I've taken out the relay mast. That takes care of their external comms for now. Keep moving.
Code 5. Target confirmed. Moving to intercept.
External comms are out. What's going on?
Two warships left.
I think there's an LC over here. I think that's why I fly over here.
I'm keeping them busy, but they're working fast. Don't expect the comms
It's somewhere.
for long.
Just one more with him.
Yeah. One thing I don't like about the campaign is the combat logs. The ones that you have to get for the log hunt program to get some of the more high tier weapons. I think the Aorta Oscillator. It's a super fun to use generator that rewards you for maxing out and running completely out of EN. I think you get that for getting every single combat log in the game. You can only do that after your third playthrough in chapter 5. You have to basically beat the game 3 entire times to get it.
Looks like you got them all, 621. You there, buddy? Bad news. PCA's external comms are back online. They've got warships heading your way. Hold out until I reach you. There's the
But yeah, some of these LCs have combat logs, and you just kind of have to scour the whole map when you're first doing it to look for them. Some of the combat logs, I'll admit, I just looked up. I was not going to search every single map all the way through for them. Chapter 2 in particular just has them on like some base drones.
Code 5. Target for termination approaching. Handle it. The main squad will be here soon.
company 621 in front of the base.
I don't know how that kick missed. I guess I did it way too early. Although I do like the animation for the tetrapod kick.
Heavy warships incoming.
Not as much as like the reverse joint kicks. Just the animation for the reverse joint kick makes me want to use the spring chicken legs, the ones that are really heavy, and just make a kick build with them. I'm sure there are some crazy combos you could do with melee weapons and kicking.
Code 1-5. Target for termination site. Time to pay the piper.
It's him!
Looks like we've got high-ranking PCA officers. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've got your back, buddy. Hope you've got
On the subject of reverse joints, it took me so long to realize that Rusty's legs are not reverse joints. They are just bipedals.
Relaying system response. Corporate G4.
Again, there's another fight that I'm like, why did they think this would be difficult? There's an LC and an HC, which you've already fought a ton of, but now you also have an allied AC on your side. So it's like, okay. And like most other double team fights, I would recommend having hard lock enabled just so you're focusing the same guy, not accidentally switching off who you're targeting. It's kind of unfortunate I didn't have a shield here, so I just ended up taking a lot of damage, but it was still easy enough.
Confirmed. PCA craft destroyed.
Relay system verdict. Code 78E acknowledged. Threat to planetary closure identified. Use of IA-02 authorized.
I'm picking up something. I've sent you a marker. There's something there.
Oh. It's coming! Just kidding, this is not a threat at all.
It's underground.
You just come up here, which most ACs should have enough booster to get up here.
What? What is that thing?
It actually just cannot hit you.
Is that...
Meanwhile, Rusty's down here fighting for his life.
There's some pilot. It's an autonomous seaman.
I can't get a read on it. This is bad. Just focus on staying alive, 621.
It's kind of weird seeing the worm go through buildings, and then when it's done burrowing through them, the buildings are still there. I mean, they're destroyed, but like... I'd expect there to be like a pile of snow or something.
Wait, something's wrong.
It's changing its behavioral pattern, answering to a greater imperative. To protect the Convergence.
Looks like the PCA's helped itself to the Institute's relics. 621, rest up at base. I'll come up with a plan to deal with our new friend.
You get so much bonus pay on this mission, but you also have a lot of expenses just because of how much ammo you need to use on all the ships.
Main system activating combat mode.
And this mission is really easy, but a little harder
Alright,
to S rank
tourists.
than you'd think.
I'll tell you where to go.
I think my first time I did this mission, I actually lost money.
It's a delight to enjoy the company of a visitor.
I don't know what happens if you get negative money in this game.
We're here to take back what you
Should test it out.
Oh heavens.
But if you go for all S ranks, you should be drowning in money.
Splendid. Any friend of Carla's is a friend of mine.
Make sure you keep clear of the laser sensors. They're set to activate the enemy machines.
A new friend from afar, just for me. What joy. Be still my beating heart.
There's like a log up here that talks about how Carla's title of Cinder, it's implied that she would have survived the fires of Ibis, but with those having happened 50 years ago, there are people who think, oh, she is too young to be able to be a Cinder. And I actually don't know what to make of that, because there's a lot of evidence that she was part of the Institute, she was a scientist there, but there's multiple times attention is drawn to the fact that she should not be old enough to have survived the fires of Ibis.
Slow. Quick, slow. 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 Quick, slow.
My interpretation was
I know.
that it was her mother was the scientist, maybe, and she was just really young at the time.
I hate to see my babies get stuck
That seems like a bit too simple of an answer,
smash 'em up.
as much as I like going for the Occam's razor solution. No, just the simplest answers, well, most likely.
Here's your way in.
I don't know if that's the case in this one.
Far.
We should keep an eye out for traps. They're much more dangerous in tight quarters.
Jump down there and we've got him cornered. Don't forget, the guy's a rat. This won't be
I love this
specific.
area. It looks so cool.
Was this place some kind of hangar? Target AC must be nearby.
Ah, my new friend. You're here at last. Fruit! Oh, Carla, you've introduced me to such wonderful...
You just cannot see anything when the flamethrower is on you. But it's fine. You just need to stun him once. It's the same case if you're using the flamethrower. Your whole vision is obscured.
Enemy AC.
It does a lot of damage though.
Looks
A
like
very
he's
little
dead.
impact.
Good. All right, tourist. I'll see about retrieving our secret project. We'll need it to go worm hunting.
And the project she's talking about is the rail cannon, which obviously comes up later. The bonus pay? Wait, I don't even know how I got that much bonus pay. I killed the tetrapod. I killed the MTs around the tetrapod. I don't know. If you don't kill anything on the way and you take a lot of damage and use a lot of ammo, you lose money on that mission.
In combat mode.
But if you're mindful of what you kill, you should get an S rank.
Wait, something's
This
not
is a
right.
really cool mission.
The battle's over already.
Find out what's going on.
Do you read me, Raven? I've identified the target. That's the mercenary who took your name. Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
Oh, he's so cool. Just the design of Nightfall looks so sick. Now, I do this fight very poorly. I missed the combo because I'm a bit too slow, so he recovers his stability in time. Second time, I don't think I even connect with this one. Yeah, I don't even go for it because I think I was too far away. I definitely could have, but gone for it, I mean. And this misses completely. But the next one I think gets him. Which is nice because you get some of the dialogue because of how many I missed. One unfortunate thing about this build is if you kill something so fast that you're missing vital lines of dialogue.
All right. We'll watch this one. See where they go on a raven's wings.
Which is something that I remember happened in a game that I played as a kid. I did a fight too fast and I missed like a huge plot reveal. This is the Shadow the Hedgehog game for the GameCube. In the final fight, you've got the whole game. You're talking about, oh, am I an android? Am I the real Shadow? And then by the end, you're like, oh, it doesn't matter. I am who I am. That's the point of the game. And it's a cringe game. But I enjoyed it as a kid. At the end, they reveal, if you fight the final boss long enough, they reveal that you're the original Shadow from Sonic Adventure 2. It's a dumb plot thing, but as a kid, I was so mad that I had to look that up later. I was like, wait, how do we know that's the real Shadow? Because you killed the fight too quick.
Those who've seen her at work call her an unstoppable force. Intercept the targets.
I don't think it matters which one you go for first here. I like killing Chartreuse first, because if you're not paying attention to her shotgun lasers, it just crazy damage. She goes down pretty easily.
Not alone. This is a branch mission. I'll support you.
She does not have a lot of attitude stability.
Gen 4. You belong in a museum, not an AC. I hope you die.
Chartreuse, withdraw. Abandon your range.
King's a bit harder to deal with.
AC unlocked.
I feel like the tetrapod, the tetrapod versus tetrapod matchup is so annoying, especially if they have a shield like this. You just have to stop shooting a bit, make sure you don't overheat your miniguns, and just try to get through that shield. I kind of failed to do that there. And then as soon as I break it, my stagger is broken as well. So annoying. But it's fine. The second time, don't even give him a chance to heal.
Wait, I'm picking up another AC.
It's him! Again!
Your imposter must be an impressive pilot to take on the two of them at once. Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
And then this is almost comical to me. He is just so far away because they expect you to have the fight still going on. He kind of joins in while you're still fighting King. I don't know if it's when King reaches half health, or if it's when King goes down or something like that. But I find when I fight Chartreuse, he comes in a lot later than if you fight King. So I think that's the trigger.
That pilot must be the original owner of your license.
But if you do it like this, you just wait so long for him to fly in. He just has so much EN. But now, even though I messed up the combo so many times last fight, get it first try this time.
Raven, we can still... Alright.
And then she says the whole thing, let's see how far they go on a Raven's wings. Or no, the line's different. She says, let's see how far they fly on borrowed wings. Or I'm totally misremembering. That's what she says when he flies in, and then she says the Raven's wings after you beat him. It's the same dialogue either way.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's get started, Raven. I've already located several wrecks that we should be able to recover data from. I'll send the marker data.
There's no bonus for killing MTs or any other kind of craft in this mission.
I'll exchange it for credits and send them to you later.
And there are more logs than just the ones that Air points you to on the objectives, so try to find any that are on the way.
The effects of the coral surge must have brought some of the wrecks back online. Let's see what we can find.
So you can see one popped up on my right there.
An older generation of AC.
And this is the big reveal. Professor Nagai, what is he? The director of the, Rubicon Research Institute director. He's the one who ordered the fires of Ibis. Ooh, big lore reveal.
According to the timestamp, this was recorded 2 days before the fires of Ibis. There seems to be about
You get 20,000 just for pressing E on that.
right before it struck.
I'm not sure if you need to get every single log to get an S rank on this mission, but I believe I get all of them. I might have missed one or two though.
That's an old BAWS I see. The Rubiconians used to pilot these.
And this one's talking about, oh, hey, the coral is sentient, essentially. And then this is if I were you, I'd never allow this, I replied. I simply would not allow it.
This seems to be a recording of Dominion, the Liberation Front's ideological leader. But this appears to be something exceptionally personal.
I don't quite understand how coral can be used as a drug. Do you just like... They say imbibe of Rubicon's blessings a lot. You just like drink it? You just drink the coral like it's a liquid drug or something. I don't know. And there's a log in here. I totally forgot how to get inside. It's up here on this cliff. There's a little door at the bottom. And there we go. I finally find it. Good job. Yeah. But it's 60,000.
Data shed some light on the composition of the enforcement squads.
That one I think you will pretty much have to get for an S rank.
Another old research institute, I see.
This log talks about Assistant Number 1. He has lost his mind. His research has utterly consumed him. This is kind of talking about, I believe it is Walter's father, which, you know, leads in the whole augmented humans thing, generations 1 through 4, later on, coral powered augmentation. It's fun.
The same coral technology
But yeah, if
created you. But without it, we never would have made contact. I'm not picking up any more data stores. If this outing has made you think about
so yeah, for anyone confused about Walter's line about, oh, there's a sinner scientist and then there's a scientist who sacrificed himself to pay for his sins or whatever, he's talking about, at least my interpretation, I believe, it's just Assistant Number 1, Walter's father, is the sinner, and the guy, I think is how I say it, the director, he's the one who initiated the fires of Ibis. He's the one who sacrificed himself. This mission is so hard to S rank. This is the one time I would recommend using manual aiming, because you can see right there, I blew up a storage tank, which blew up a helicopter holding coral, which then blew up the other helicopter. These explosions can hurt you too. Do not get hit by them. So the big thing to S rank this mission is you need to stop every single helicopter from leaving, and you need to have like a pretty good income, so you need to not take too much damage and you need to not use that much ammo, obviously. But blowing up the storage tanks will not only destroy a lot of enemies and save you ammunition, it will sometimes blow up the helicopters if you time it right.
We're losing them. Where's our backup?
And they give you 8,000 each.
You seem to have finished here. Continue the mission.
Raven. For now, let's just focus on the mission.
Which is kind of messed up since we just went through the mission that told us that the coral is sentient. But this is a new game +2 mission, so you should have known that for a while by now. As a player, I mean.
Targets acquired. Multiple transports attempting breakthrough.
You can kind of wiggle around these lasers if you turn while assault boosting. There's another sniper up top. You do kind of want to kill it, but these helicopters always the first priority. They move slightly faster than my current max speed.
Use the vertical catapults to move between the
Unless I'm
upper
assault
and lower
boosting,
areas.
so
We can't spend too long
I
in a single
always have to kill them as soon as possible. This might be a mission that you want a quicker build on, but not melee. You don't want to melee these helicopters
transport activity below.
because, you know, they explode.
Shoot that AC down. Don't let it get up there.
Supporting. Speed up those transports.
These MTs on the ground though don't do too much damage. I just kind of ignore them. And try to blow up the helicopters that are in front of the other ones while refueling whenever you can, because this is a mission where your fuel matters so much. You need to float high enough to hit the high reaching helicopters and be able to dip down and come back up. You could use the pads if you have a low capacity generator, but I often get disoriented when I do that. End up forgetting where the helicopters are, so I'm not a big fan of that strategy.
Raven, below. Raven, topside.
Been hit hard. Fight back.
I would say just kill the 2 snipers up here. I think I already took out both of them when you get the chance to, but the helicopters are always the first priority. You are not allowed to miss a single one for an S rank, I think. I've never been able to get an S rank without doing that.
Is that the last of them?
Multiple targets acquired. Dispose of them.
The ones on the bottom, you can kind of blow up 2 at a time. Or at least damage 2 at a time. I believe the one that was close to the one that just exploded should be... Or no, it didn't take any damage. Typically you want to hit the one that's a little bit in front of the other one, because then it'll hit them like that. Sort of a chain reaction. I don't know if any RNG comes into play there. I don't think it does, but something to keep in mind.
Augmented human C4621. Raven.
I don't know why a helicopter piece just flew up there.
Also sends her commendations. Nice shooting, Raven. We shall meet again.
Buggy physics will always be hilarious to me, and this is not a buggy game at all, so I was surprised to see that. Yeah, 5,000 comb bonus pay. If you don't let any helicopters by and defeat all the coral tanks. Oh, wow, wait. I thought this was the mission after this.
It's time, 16.
Oh, no, I was right. Okay.
You ready?
Destroy the ice worm. This is the first mission that I'd change my build for. Because the stun needle, the one that's kind of the story important one that Arquebus supplies to you, and is super overpowered, both in PvP and PvE. It one-shots the worm's shield, and that's kind of the point of it for this mission. That also meant I had to change my core to prevent EN shortfall, so I took the Ephemera core, although there are plenty of other ones that I think you can use here. You can take off double treble on your shoulder if you need to find something with a better weight requirement. Just fiddle with your build. Phase 1, super easy to disable the shield. And I'm gonna shut up for this just because how cool this is.
Opening energy turbines. Output at 80%. Sighting correction A-OK. 90, 95. I won't miss.
Oh, it's so cool.
Gun 13, the head's open for a direct hit.
That freak actually did it.
Did what? The BAM.
Okay, now RNG kind of comes into play here.
The target's deployed drones, tourist. I'll handle them.
Because the drones can kill your allies, and then the allies can't tank as much of the attacks, and you just start getting hit, you start getting staggered. It's annoying. Bit too slow on that shot. You kind of want to learn its patterns for this fight. I don't know if there's a time requirement or a strict time requirement for S rank.
Finally, someone with their head skirt on straight. Never thought about switching sides? Sure is an honor to be praised by the Redguns hell on 4 legs. But I'll pass.
Also, Iguazu is already dead in phase 2. Or not dead, but he retreated already.
Shield loss confirmed. Preparing to fire rail cannon. Energy turbine output at 80%. Output 95%. 100%. Watch out for friendly fire.
Secondary shield down.
It's all yours now.
They just did such a good job with that part. Music cutting out before something big happens. Just, you know, do that in every game. Put that in every game. Placidusax did it in Elden Ring. and it was cool. I think you can get a stun needle shot there. I don't know if I missed or did it too late.
Looks like things just took a nasty turn.
I might be wrong.
I'll set the ORC to maximum output. We can't afford to lose
The worm
control
has
of the
this
situation.
one pattern where it jumps up really high. So if you're a tetrapod, you might want to float really high when you're waiting for the worm to do its next attack, because in phase 3, it's entirely RNG. Or at least it's unpredictable enough that it feels like RNG.
Might be checking out soon, tourist.
So here, I just try to get as high as possible, get a shot in.
We're not through yet. Its primary shield is getting stronger.
I was hoping I would have this happen for me when doing the S rank, but it is possible to do this mission without having all of your AC allies die or withdraw. I was able to, I think on New Game Plus 2, I was able to do it without Shaddy Stick retreating, and he just helped me on the final phase of the fight, or the final attack phase.
All EML modules connected. Energy turbines at full capacity. Output at 80, 90. All emergency valves closed. Disabling limiter. 100, 110, 115. Input. All or nothing.
Oh, and they were so smart to have it an extra pause on the last one. Rusty's comms are all staticky now. Very well executed fight.
Is it over? Get clear, it's gonna blow!
You shitting me? The freelancer really did it.
It's finally over. The blast will contaminate the area. Get out of...
Choral voices. Lost again. Raven. There's something I have to tell you. The Coral. It's my family. My brothers and sisters. I am but a single wave. Born from the Coral Tide. A Rubiconian without a body. No one even knew I was there for such a long time. Raven, you're the only one who...
Go get your rest, 621. Things are going to get busy. You did good.
That one's more of a set piece. You shouldn't really have trouble getting an S on that. But it's such a cool fight.
Six, 2-1. You ready? You'll be going down deep, and there's no guarantee you'll come back. Still, you're the only one who can do this. I'm counting on you to reach the Coral.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, the naming scheme of the boss in this area is so cool. It's called
Access the elevator,
Nepenthes,
take it down.
And that is the name for the genus of plants made of pitcher plants. The kind of plants where it's a big long tube, insect falls down the middle, and drowns. That's pretty much what's happening here.
Wait, the partition's moving.
I'm picking up enemy signals nearby.
Containing intruder. Commencing search.
You're clear. I'll find a way to get that partition open. Stand by for now, 621.
Over there. I've sent you a marker.
Did you find an access point? Good job sniffing that out.
Unauthorized access detected. Transitioning to phase 1.5.
So, I don't know what they expect you to do here. I think they kind of want you to go through those platforms kind of spiral all the way down. But I just like using an expansion shield, dropping down just at the right angle that it kind of hits that long vertical column in front of you.
Evasive action.
And you fall so fast if you're not moving to the side. Or you can turn boost off. Either way. Makes you fall faster if you're not moving horizontally at all.
One repair kit remaining.
You're up close now, 621. Destroy the target.
Raven, it'll be easier to immobilize if you aim for the neck joint.
Those missiles do so little damage. Just tank them.
Kuki's artillery platform is silent.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Let's rest while we can, Raven. We've got a long road ahead of us.
No bonus pay.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's go.
This one's hard just to beat. On my first playthrough, it took me quite a few tries to beat the final boss, and it was one of the few things that made me change my build. But once you have all the OS tuning, all the chip upgrades, and you kind of know how to pilot your AC really well, this build should be able to overcome almost anything. But it has a plasma shield. Those things are so annoying to deal with. Same one that Balteus has, and much like Balteus, this boss, I would recommend taking the pile bunker instead of double trouble. This ambush is like a total joke. It's 4 light empties.
You're gonna die, traitor!
So,
There's the work of it.
Control panel identified. This should get the power back online. The elevator's back online too.
You know, that kind of reminds me how the Balaam MTs call you a traitor. If you look at the AC data in the game, I forget when you unlock it, but your character has 2 dedicated AC datas. One is the Loader 4 that you do in the tutorial mission, and one, I think, after you get Attack the Dam Complex, which is with Iguazu. Remember that guy? You get this version of the mission if you did Attack the Dam Complex, but if you fought Iguazu in the alt version of that mission, he does not show up here.
I'm sick and tired of this pit. It'll all be over once your sorry asses. This isn't over. It's time. I swear I'll...
Confirmed. Gunfight Iguazu down.
This is Iguazu death number 1.
It's dangerous.
It is very much not the last death. We've already fought him, what, 3 times?
Intruder identified. Threat level 7.
Raven, watch out. That weapon must be guarding the staff.
Try going up here, dodge all the missiles, dodge the laser. And don't bother going that way because the door is going to close behind her. So just go down here, take the alt path.
Ventilation duct identified. Looks like it's connected to the control room.
You do get bonus for killing enemies, so if you just Songbirds right in the middle of that, you get 6 generic weaponry destroyed, which 6,400 comb, you know, not a bad deal. This room is so funny to me because you can just Songbirds right in the middle of these PCA weaponries. I don't know why they're just called PCA weaponries. They're not MTs, I guess, technically. But it's a free 18,000 comb every time you do that.
There. That's the control panel.
And it makes it so that when you activate this control panel, they won't drop down to fight you.
I forced the partitions in the defense system is onto us, but we should be able to proceed.
Seems like smooth sailing, 621. As if you hardly need help from me, but you get so good at exploring.
This was annoying to me. Earlier I talked about how when you supply, you don't want to mash through the cutscene. This happened twice to me here, that I went to this supply crate, I mashed the tab button, and then the game crashed. So this was my, I think, 3rd or 4th attempt at this mission. It's 4 a.m. at this point, at the time of recording. And I'm just so tired. I played this fight so bad. Something kind of amusing happens in the middle of the fight, but at the time I did not find it funny.
Switching to termination mode. Terminating target.
I love that this robot grips its gun from above. Although this laser, I can never dodge that. And this is why Pile Bunker might be better. Chainsaw just... you don't get the full damage from it. It's so annoying. Because the animation it does for when it's getting hit by a melee makes it so difficult for consecutive hits to consistently connect. I still go for it though. Which was a bad idea. Just rely on the Gatling guns. Or bring a Pile Bunker. Here I'm actually miss a chainsaw. I think I miss another. And if you listen, you can hear a Twitch stream playing in the background. I think I got hosted or something to a Peeve stream. Peeve is awesome, by the way. Dark Souls Elden Ring player. Cool guy. And I was just so mad because I thought, oh, okay, this take is unusable now that I had to do that. But whatever. I just kept it in. I didn't want to spend another 10 minutes on this and possibly crash again. And I just wanted to go to sleep at this point. And I get hit by every single melee attack. I'm convinced that I'm not qualifying for S rank. I almost die, like I almost lose this mission completely. Yeah, so at this point, I decided, okay,
let's take a break for now, Raven.
Now's a good time to go to sleep. Air even told me to. So, next day, I wake up, S rank, ton of bonus pay, but you know, so much ammunition costs that it kind of cancels out. Wake up, go to the next mission, and the next mission is
Main system activating combat
the exact
mode.
same thing. It's an alt mission, which, I hate these so much if it doesn't change that much. The alt mission where you attack Iguazu and Volta, that's cool. Alt missions like this, where one fight is changed just a little bit, not as cool. Although that was convenient that the songbird explosions lined up to kill both of them. So now we're just doing the exact same mission again. So I gotta find something else to talk about. I'm just gonna talk about the FromSoft community again. That's one of those communities that like has super high highs and super low lows. I think generally, okay, my experience generally very, very, very positive. Especially my comment section. I feel like people who comment on my videos are the nicest people on the planet. And I've kind of started to recognize some names. I mean, obviously, when I first started, I recognized almost every name, but then I had some videos start doing really well, got more views, got more comments. Some of the names started to blend together, and now I'm starting to remember them again.
This is around where the comms log for Balem's advanced squad cuts off.
And on the other hand, while all my Elden Ring videos, nicest commenters in the world, people on my Zelda video, they... Oh, and this is the different part of the fight. Instead of fighting Iguazu, you fight Cold Call because Iguazu hired him to kill you. Dead Sled is such like... It's like edgy, but it's cool. Also, he has very high attitude recovery. You do not want to go for a late chainsaw like that. You want to just do it instantly. And I turned off lock on for some reason, and I totally lost him. He moves so much that I would recommend having lock on enabled. You kind of decide, depending on how fast an enemy is, if you want to have auto lock on enabled or not.
Won't be a danger to you anymore. Iguazu, we even tried sending an assassin after you.
Iguazu is just your #1 hater. Also, don't go too far out here. You're going to get hit by the laser.
Raven, watch out.
But yeah, my Zelda video, that one performed okay. Especially, again, compared to the Dead Space video. But what I tried doing in that video, which I probably shouldn't have done, I tried kind of explaining a bunch of different alternate interpretations of what the timeline is like right now. But I didn't really say, you know, here's my opinion of what the timeline is. No, I'm not like an official source, obviously. So maybe the answer is clearer than I was making it out to be. So I might be in the wrong. They were still a lot meaner than I was expecting. I mean, it's not a huge deal. Obviously, people are allowed to say whatever they want when they comment. But it was a huge change of pace from the very, very friendly Elden Ring commenters.
There, that's the control panel.
So I'm kind of hoping the Armored Core community is the same way.
We should be able to proceed.
Seems like smooth sailing, 621. As if you hardly need help from me, but you get so good at exploring.
Attempt number 2 with the boss. This is, you know, I just woke up after the last night of having a terrible, terrible fight. This one goes a lot smoother. This boss is kind of balanced for you being at a distance from it, I think. And my build obviously kind of wants to be right in your face.
Be careful, Raven.
But I get a bit luckier with when I decide to use my expansions, when I decide to use the chainsaw, from what angle. And it's the same cutscene, so you can skip it. Still can't dodge that laser though. This time I decide, alright, I'm just using the guns. This is also a fight that's kind of really bad at hitting you if you're high up in the air with its melee attacks. It doesn't like jumping that much. And the chainsaw actually does okay damage that time. Not full damage, but respectable damage. This might be a fight you want to enable auto lock on for, hard lock on. Although I missed that chainsaw completely. Just because it's big, that the slight loss of accuracy isn't that big of a deal, but it does really quick jumps, so you might lose it if you're not paying attention. I still end up getting hit by a sword attack. I think I could have used an expansion while getting hit by that to not take the full damage. But it doesn't matter.
Confirmed. Enemy unit is silent. Walter should have some data on the next sector. Let's take a break for now, Raven.
Depth 3 is next. This is one of the most cheesable missions in the game. If you have tetrapod legs. And high generator capacity.
Destroy the reactor and disable the laser barrier.
Raven, let's start by finding our way in.
This is another mission where you get extra rewards based on enemies destroyed. And there are artillery machines up there that will give you a lot of comb. But if you go this low, they just can't hit you. Just float all the way around to the objective.
Don't let them shoot you down.
High-level threat. That's a step up from intruder.
It's very relaxing. Therapeutic, even.
No sign of the corporations. Looks like we're the first ones here.
Trace around the outside, 621. There must be a way in. Find the pressure chambers.
There are a few enemies on the way in, but they're so easy to deal with that. Again, this is... it's just such a calm mission. PCA weaponry is, like, not a threat at all. I don't know what's different about the one that gives you 18,000 comb. I think it just has more health.
There, 621. Destroy the target.
You know, for stuff like the LCs and the HCs, they'll tell you like, oh, it's a high mobility variant, it's a new LC, it's an old LC, HC, all that. This is the one part of the fight you actually have to pay attention for. This one's annoying because it has the shield that automatically activates when it reaches 0 health. and then it heals while that shield is active. So you can't quite do the chainsaw heal cheese thing. You do actually have to kind of play by its rules. But it's still not bad. 15 seconds.
Did you get it?
Raven, release the partitions.
You've got a job to do, 621. Don't fail me now.
Raven, you have to get clear.
It's gonna blow. Brace for impact. That was a close one. Look, the laser barrier's weakening. The coral's near. That's another solid milestone in our work.
Okay, this next mission, Intercept the Redguns, on my first playthrough, this was a nightmare. This took me, again, another mission that took me over an hour to do. You have to kill every single MT and G1 Michigan. When he eventually drops down, they just keep dropping waves on you, and it's time-based, so if you don't have a lot of damage on your build, all of the waves will be on you at once. The key to S-ranking this, I would say, is just use the kick. Kick repeatedly. If you don't kick like this, even though I missed just like 3 in a row, you just run out of ammo while fighting Michigan. And then you just have to punch everything to death. It's terrible. And obviously, you won't get an S-rank if you end up taking too long, or if you take too much damage, or if you use too much ammo. And if you use all your ammo, yeah, that's probably the case. Luckily, with this build, you were so heavy that you one-shot most MTs. If they have a shield, sometimes it won't one-shot. If you hit the shield, you'll just stagger them. Then you just turn around and kick them again.
Shut your stinko and start shooting!
Sir, yes, sir!
Third wave incoming, Raven.
Geronimo!
Some of the enemies here will just fly in the air, and if you're not paying attention, they'll just stay up there shooting you forever. After dealing with this tetrapod, I would recommend those being your priority. I don't remember if I kind of go for them after it or not. The tetrapod goes down to the chainsaw. Shield because I almost stagger. And again, I hate the noise that the stagger makes. I hate the noise. I hate losing control. Terrible. I mean, it's good game design, but me personally, not fun. Also, that songbird killed like 8 MTs right there. That was awesome. This is the ideal situation. Michigan's coming in, you have plenty of ammo, plenty of repair kits, you still have an expansion left. It does drop a tetrapod though, and I forget what side it drops it on. I think I ended up on the wrong side. The tetrapod will be shooting a ton of missiles if you don't deal with it. But I think I deal with Michigan first. I don't remember. Or no, it doesn't drop the tetrapod until next wave. Michigan has so much health that the chainsaw will not kill him here. Just barely. So just go for another cycle on that. Don't shoot into the shield like I do here, just wait for it to run out. Couple more Gatling gun cycles, and he is down. He's so hilarious.
Michigan, down. That leaves the MTs to take care of.
Okay, with just the MTs left, no reason not to just kick them all to death.
Giving as good as he got. We can still win this.
Okay, here's where the tetrapod comes in.
They're searching us.
574 damage from a kick. Not even a kick build. I actually think right after uploading this video, I want to try making a spring chicken kick build. And other people who have doing core builds have been getting crazy views on YouTube. I'm so tempted to do those myself, but I think that's even more not in line with my usual content than this video, so, you know, probably a bad idea.
It's over. Good holding out, 621. Our work here is done.
The bonus pay is set every time. I think the only way it changes is if you defeat the aircrafts dropping in some of the MTs. I don't know if they stay or not. This mission's hilarious to me, because it's meant to be you kind of sneak up on the Vespers, and you can get a free stagger if you do that. So I thought if you would go this way, that they wouldn't be able to see you, but no, you have to stay up there with middle Flatwell for them to not see you. Because you see, they turn around and they see you. Kind of unfortunate. I didn't feel like redoing this mission though. This is the only fight that V.V. Hawkins shows up in. Oh, this is also a New Game Plus mission, I think. Or no, it's not. There's a choice between Intercept the Redguns and Ambush the Vespers. You kind of choose which corporation you want to support. Finding the Coral Convergence. It doesn't matter what you choose. The Arquebus comes out on top either way. Using Hardlock again just makes these double fights so much easier. I almost die here because I'm not paying attention to my health. Probably should have repair kitted. This is one thing that's so annoying about double fights. When you go for the combo, and they just, like, they kick the enemy away. When your whole build is based around just doing that. Look at that, it happens again. It's fine because Pater flies into my chainsaw for some reason.
V.VIII Pater down. Both Vespers have been eliminated. Mission accomplished.
I think V.VIII Pater is cool because his AC name, I think, is Dual Nature.
Maybe I'll find a comrade in you yet.
Which kind of reflects he's got the very calm and collected side of himself. While here, when you take out his allies, he gets very flustered about it. He gets very upset because, you know, I just made V5. It's very literal in that dual nature thing. This is the one PvE or single player AC fight that actually they play in a way that they should be playing against this build, which is just run away. He's trying to get far away to use his long range weapons on you. And he flies over this pit. He has so much energy capacity. Huge pain. But you'll eventually catch him.
Maybe now. I'll get some sleep.
Might want to use assault boost.
On the other side.
V.III O'Keefe has gone silent. Was he another candidate, I wonder? A key to coral release? We've completed Almine's request. We can go now, Raven.
And this mission only shows up on New Game +2. But it's easy enough to S-rank. Got it first try.
Main system activating combat mode.
And now, after doing all those missions that say, oh, you have to deal with Balin, you have to deal with the Vespers, you have to deal with O'Keefe specifically, for some reason. I guess he had something going on with Rusty that Allmind was kind of worried about him overthrowing their plans. We finally get to go into this cave.
Something's jamming the radar. It must be interference from the active coral. Rely on your eyes and ears.
Remember those mealworms mentioned in Historic Data Recovery? They're so big.
Watch out.
These are those mealworms.
Breeding pods for the mealworms. Looks like they're out of commission now.
Raven, I'm reading something behind us, and it's getting closer.
Something that's good to do is right before cutscene plays, try making sure you have high energy and maybe use a shield beforehand, because that shield will carry over after the cutscene.
Go deal with a mercenary who went in alone, they said. Figures. Seems both of us are too dangerous to keep around. And the higher-ups wouldn't miss an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Hate to say it, but Rubicon still needs me. So, buddy, who needs you?
The way Rusty calls you buddy so much, it reminds me of some video that my friend sent me. Like, I'll put it on screen now, but just...
Hey, what's good, boy?
What's goody, buddy?
Rusty is ruined for me as a character because of that.
I set you both up. 621. Make it through this alive.
He's still a cool character, though.
That's your...
Definitely my favorite.
This has been a real eye-opener. You're strong, a threat. You never change. You're not afraid to die or to kill.
Look, Rusty's got this own combo of his own. Not quite as strong as yours, but still pretty good.
Never failed to impress. But this isn't over yet.
Buddy?
There's no graver threat than power without purpose.
We've lost all signs of Steel Haze. He's escaped.
Good job, 621. No need to pursue him. We have to keep pressing on.
I'm picking up a major coral response coming from the bottom of the pit. Let's keep moving, Raven. It's close. A city from before the fires of Ibis.
Institute City. Of course. No wonder we couldn't find it. I need to prepare before the corps move in. Head back to base and rest up.
On repeat playthroughs, I always think that's the end of Chapter 4. But you still have one mission left.
Main system.
I don't know why I remember it that way.
Commence mission. Make your way down to the next
But
depth.
there's an alternate version of this mission. Again, one that doesn't really change that much, but it does make it a lot harder. Not that AC fights are particularly difficult.
Something's jamming the radar. It must be interference from the active coral. Rely on your eyes and ears.
Is that a mealworm?
Coral response from inside the creature. Watch out.
For some reason, you can see that container right there on the left.
Mealworms.
You might have to rewind to see it, but that was the last
I'm reading something behind
armor
us.
part that I was able to find. I believe that's the ephemera head, and I looked so long for it, I just couldn't find it. Which is crazy because some of the ones in Chapter 2, Mission 1, some of those are pretty well hidden. But yeah, same thing, Rusty comes in. What's goody, buddy? Probably should turn on hard lock on for this.
I don't have any other choice. I'm coming, buddy. Set your both up. Rusty, wait!
Luckily this time, he goes down easily.
This isn't over yet.
I don't know if he's set to not heal in this version of the fight,
Rusty made it.
but he definitely could have healed there. In between the chainsaw hit and the songbirds.
I can't hold out. Withdrawing.
Flatwell's AC, Tsubasa, has been destroyed. It seems both pilots evacuated.
I don't know the purpose of them having Tsubasa or Middle Flatwell withdraw from there.
From the bottom of the pit.
I
Let's keep
think
moving, Raven.
you hear him on the intercom on a later mission, so they don't want him to die. But what's nice about the alt version of this mission is it just teleports you down here. Don't have to go through that cave again.
Of course. No wonder we couldn't find it. I need to prepare before the corps move in. Head back to base and rest up.
And you get bonus pay this time. I do think it's good if you're having trouble getting an S rank, you should see where your bonus pay is coming from. And if you think it's from income rather than
Voices are so close to
speed,
This is my home.
try to do things that can increase that.
Main system. Activating combat mode.
Commence mission.
Let's go, Raven.
V2 Snail, come in. Requesting backup. We have
So this one's interesting because you see a Balaam soldier and a Vesper working together. So Arquebus and Balaam working together, not supposed to be a thing. That's because V.III Wahai? I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry if I butchered that. But yeah, he betrays Balaam, instantly dies for it.
V2 Snail, come in. Friendly AC down. Requesting backup.
And they're just trying to nail in that snail. Not a good guy. Kind of a mean dude. Because even though Materlink requests backup, as this single AC is just mowing her down like with this lawnmower double trouble.
Please, Snail, come in.
No response.
Vespers left her for dead. That wasn't pretty.
Oh, and you also have to kill the PCA machines.
That should buy us more time. Move out.
This is one of those missions where there's no reward for defeating additional targets, so just fly over everything. No reason not to. This mission's also kind of hard for a lot of people. This build's really good at dealing with the boss, but some people are saying this is the hardest boss in the game. I would disagree. I think there's one that's harder. But this one comes close. Yeah, don't worry about that wheel.
Readings are off the chart. Close.
My brothers and sisters' voices are stronger than ever now. It's like they're calling to us.
The response is getting stronger. We're nearly there, 621.
There is a supply crate up here. If you're pressed for time, you can skip it. But it's only like a couple seconds. Gives you your shield back. A lot of repair kits. This mission's kind of lenient with how much damage you can take.
Here we are, 621. Arquebus will be here soon. Investigate before they arrive. The coral's rising. It's building up faster than I'd expected.
Raven, I knew Walter was...
Wait, something's coming.
Unidentified machine overhead. A response. It's a sea weapon.
The Ibis series, still functional. Get ready, 621. One more job for you.
This is a really well-designed fight in my opinion. It's just so much fun to dodge the melee attacks. Dodge these little drones or whatever. And then just do half its health bar in one attack. I love fights like that. Just glass weapon bosses. Unless I get one shot. I don't like getting fully one shot. Chainsaw was a bit overkill there. There's one video somewhere where a guy like pile bunkers, raw punches it, and then chainsaws it.
Wait, it's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
But yeah, there's a video where someone pile bunkers, punches, and chainsaws this boss. Phase 1, down. Phase 2 does the exact same thing. Takes no damage, kills the boss in like 3 seconds. I don't remember who made the video. But just look up, what's the name of this boss? Cell 240. Cell 240 done in like 3 seconds, I think it's called.
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only one who can finish the job.
That attack you're supposed to go through the wider gap. I don't know why I tried going through the smaller gap though, especially with a build this big. I'm pretty sure your hitboxes or hurtboxes are changed by your build, and my hurtbox is enormous right now. It doesn't matter, I just face tank everything.
It's gonna blow. Get out of there, 621.
And again, when they say something's gonna blow, doesn't actually hurt you.
Is it over, 621?
The coral resonance. It's fading. The machine's resolve, inherited from its creators. Voices from the past, fading into...
No! 621, move!
Raven, you're losing control.
Damn it! They were one side!
Target neutralized. Yes, yes. I left the subject alive as instructed. Only a fool would try to outfox Arquebus. I'll see that the unruly dog is punished and brought to heel. Oh, and of course, let's not forget the Hound's master either.
Okay, there is an alternate version of this mission, but I'm going to be saving that for later just to preserve some of the flow of the narrative. I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but I really like how it goes from the ending of that mission to the opening of this one.
Raven? I found a message addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
621. A friend of mine sent a request. Now, this one comes from me. You know what hidden dangers lurk within the coral. The fires of Ibis should have wiped the coral out, but it survived. Gathered, and it's been steadily multiplying ever since. Now the coral convergence is growing at an exponential rate. Eventually, it'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself. The coral must be burned, 621. Even if that means reigniting the fire that scorched the stars. This isn't an order. It's a legacy. My fallen friends entrusted this duty to me, and now it's my turn to hand it on. 621. Feed the fire. Let the last cinders burn. I have one last job for you. Find your freedom.
Raven. Now I finally understand what Walter was thinking. This AC. He must have foreseen this outcome and prepared for it. It's time for us to escape.
So this mission's a little bit special. You do not make any income from it, but you also don't spend anything.
Some coordinates in the AC systems. He's showing us the way out.
Doesn't matter how much damage you take, how much ammunition you spend, you always make 0 credits from this.
Crap's alive.
You should have... We're at a disadvantage. Let's find a way around them. If they do spot you, your left-hand weapon is equipped with jamming rounds.
I do think there is a time requirement for this, but I haven't checked. And you're meant to be using a junk AC, but your left shoulder weapon is actually kind of strong. It's kind of good.
Is this the outskirts of Institute City?
This is V.VII Pater, calling all security team members. Raven, the independent mercenary undergoing re-education, has escaped. Be alert for anyone hiding in the environs of Institute City. Tighten the net.
Raven, Arquebus is on high alert. Use your scanner to evade combat situations.
You'll notice that Pater is now V6 instead of, I think he starts V8, because Swinburne, who's V7, and I think Materlink was V6 before. So it's a free promotion for that guy. Also, I think on New Game Plus, he'll have an extra line about how, what was his name? Snail, V.II. Snail. He wants you sent to the factory instead of going back for re-education. And the F in factory is capitalized.
Been a while, tourist. Good to see you're still kicking. Chief's coming to pick you up. Head to the rendezvous point.
He's from RAD. Carla. She must be involved with Walter's mission.
So you get a fight that's meant to be very insurmountable here, but your left shoulder weapon is so strong compared to all the other junk weapons you have, of course, that you can do this yourself easily. You don't have to, though, because if you live long enough, Carla comes in, rescues you. But for now, let's just see how many we can kill.
Stop Raven by all means necessary. You have your orders.
The ammunition's free.
Too many of them. Wait, I'm picking up something else.
Hey, tourist! Having a little trouble?
Carla.
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
Company! It's another AC!
By the time Carla gets here, there's like 3 MTs left. 4.
She's backing us up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you know. Kill some game.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. You should have let me handle this. RAD needs you in one piece.
Looks like we're clear. Better book it before more company shows up.
Sending a chopper. We retrieved the tourist's AC, too.
Once we've caught our breath, let's talk. About Walter.
So yeah, you just need to stay out of the spotlights, don't alert Arquebus, you should be fine. Income, 0.
Main system activating combat mode.
This mission's one of the last ones that's hard to S-rank.
I need you to protect that tower until we've managed to take control.
And there's one very specific reason that this one's hard.
Chief, I've cracked some of the defense systems.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time.
So you get a bonus depending on how much
Chatty, how much longer till we
health
have
the Xylem control tower has by the end of it, but the shield does not count for that. As long as the control tower is max health, you will get the max bonus.
Guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up already, tourist. Give him the old RAD welcome.
So your #1 priority
We have to see this
is
through.
just keep the shield up.
Raven, I'll support you.
Don't let them near the tower, tourist.
It's very important you look at your radar, see what's coming up. A lot of MTs will come along, and if they get to the shield, they will do a surprising amount of damage.
We've got access to support weaponry. Use them if you need the help.
But I guess it's more the shield not having that much health. You get the support weaponry, but I don't recommend activating it now. There's a better time to do it. Remember to use songbirds whenever you can to get the splash damage.
The system is ours, tourist.
And a lot of this was recorded before a lot of the discourse around songbirds and the miniguns, so a little bit unfortunate, but at least I still have double trouble to kind of make this somewhat unique. And after these two, so when it's around 3 minutes 30 seconds, here's where I would activate the support. You could maybe wait a little bit longer than I did. But this next phase is the snipers.
Xylem control. Escalating to mid-level privileges.
3 more minutes. Hang in there, tourist.
I don't know why that tower is shooting already.
Hey, tourist, go clear
But
them
if
out.
it lines up with the snipers, takes out what's carrying them, kills them in one hit. I think I activated it a little bit too early. So I do get hit a few times by the snipers. Look at the eyes. I love the contrast of the white eyes on the dark AC. Some nice contrast. So that sniper's gonna get a hit. If you shoot the snipers once, they will start targeting you instead of the control tower. So if you're really pressed, then you might want to just do a couple of bullets on one, move on to the next one.
2 more minutes and it's ours.
This next phase is why this is so hard. I'm convinced that this is like impossible. This specific thing they want you to do.
We've got something else.
You've got bomb drones. They come very high. And I just am never able to take them out. And they do so much damage.
The shield's at its limit.
So you just have to be perfect everywhere else.
Reinforcements. There's a lot of them.
I don't know if it's my build, or maybe I'm supposed to activate the support guns a bit later. But it's still possible with them going off.
We'll see.
Pay attention to whenever the drones come in to drop off MTs.
Must be Walter's influence.
And this LC will also do a ton of damage if it gets to the tower. So take away anything carrying in MTs first. And then you can prioritize the MTs on the ground a bit after that. Unlike the fireworks mission, you cannot finish this one early. This one will always take the full 5 minutes. I have 2 expansion shields, might as well just use one. I ended up not needing it at all. Didn't get shot at a single time. These ones are a nightmare. If you don't get these guys quick, they will just do so much damage to the shield instantly. But now that there's only 10 seconds left, nothing's really gonna get close enough to the tower to really damage it. So you can just dance around, try to not take any damage, wait the timer out. And it's smoking as if it's taken a bunch of damage.
Good job holding out, tourist. Now I'll show you what this city really is.
The water level's falling. No, the whole city's rising.
You can thank Walter for the tip. I give you the colony ship, Simon. Walter's parting gift.
So now you are given a choice in the story. You can either take the Xylem, blow up all the coral, or you can not go with Cinder, Carla, and instead go with Ayer for the other route, for the other ending. Changes who the final boss is, changes who the last three, what the last three missions are. What you start off with first is the bad ending. Well, I guess quotation mark bad ending. The Fires of Raven ending. So Ayer leaves you, and you have to take out the Vespers. Or the Arquebus Interceptor fleet, but that includes the Vespers. You want to go up here, there's a new LC, High Mobility LC, just chilling up here. I think this one's required for S rank, but I'm not sure. You do get a lot of comb for it, though. These guys are really annoying, just because they're so fast. I'd recommend hard locking. It's very easy to lose them. But they don't have that much health. They get 40,000 comb. That is insane.
V.II, situation report, sir. We've engaged the independent mercenary.
Another LC. Take him out. This one, I think, is just a normal LC. Yeah.
Target destroyed. Keep it up, Taurus.
And now you'll notice that's Arquebus using the LCs now.
Looks like they boosted some of the PCA's best hardware.
Hear that, tourist? Let Chatty handle the starboard wing for now. You need to deal with the target.
PCA's out of the picture ever since... Actually, when was the PCA out of the picture? Oh, back in Chapter 3 when you defeat the Sandworm. Or no, it was a bit after that. Doesn't matter.
2 repair kits remaining.
As of now, in Chapter 5, PCA is out of the picture.
Visuals on the independent mercenary, sir.
Another HC fight. They kind of act like you haven't fought an HC before. This one's got a lot of health, though, I think. I mean, not enough to be an issue, but it is, I guess, a new HC. Does it say that? Yeah, new HC destroyed.
Looks like we've secured the area. Resupply while you can.
Again, hard lock on for new HCs and new LCs. I'd recommend that.
Enemy reinforcements, Chief. Too many to handle.
Where do they even find all these people? Go give Chatty a helping hand, tourist.
Chief, enemy detected. Coming in hot. ID code reads V.I.
V.I. Freud's making his move.
This is the first time V.I. is mentioned since Operation Wallclimber. And it's kind of weird because if you read his arena entry, it kind of emphasizes that he is a very normal person. He hasn't gone any augmentation surgeries like the other Vespers. His personality is just like, he's so mean for no reason. Like Pater, O'Keefe, Rusty, they're all like kind of reasonable. Freud just kind of like kicks you while you're down. Oh, this guy gets stuck in between the building and the road, if I remember correctly. It's a bit awkward spot for the chainsaw. But the cutscene teleports you back up, even if you get stuck way out.
Seems they weren't so trivial after all. Never mind. That's what we have V.I. for.
You must be Raven. Never sparred with one of Walter's hounds before. This had better be worth it. Let's get this trash out of the way.
I think it's interesting. His helmet, I think, is developed by Xylem. I could be totally wrong on that.
AI-controlled AC, always the same.
But Freud, yeah, he's just so mean. when you kill him, he's talking about how he wants more, and I don't know what he means by that. Like, more what?
Confirmed. V.I. Freud down.
Poor Chatty.
I was right to bet on you, Taurus.
Got one shot.
Me, Walter, Chatty. We were all counting on you.
This one should be pretty easy, but the next mission is shut down the... oh, wait, no. Breach the Karman line. This one is fun. And luckily it's also an easy yes, so just have fun with this mission.
Main system activating combat mode.
You have an EN anomaly. You have infinite energy.
Hope you don't mind a little friendly competition. Whoops. Looks like I got the first point.
So you've got this whole fleet of ships. All the energy you can deal with. Take them out. It does take a long time though. But it's a pretty lenient S rank.
Bagged one yourself, huh? We're 1-1.
We've got eyes on the independent mercenary. Prioritize fire on Raven.
Yikes, tourist. Looks like they want you dead first. 2 down. Not bad, tourist. Looks like all your fans are dying to see you, tourist.
This is another big fun set piece fight.
We're cleaning up.
We've lost the Vanguard. Main fleet, maintain formation.
These lasers will do a lot of damage, so try to weave between them. But since you're so far away from the ships, it's like pretty easy to do so.
That's third interceptor to go down. Four goes to the tourist.
Main fleet 2, you must hold the line.
They're spread out wide. I'll start taking them out from the right. You take the left.
It's so much fun to turn around and see Carla's lasers just taking them out. These bullets move really slow. It's so easy to dodge left and right for them, but there is one attack a little bit later that's kind of tricky to dodge.
That makes 5.
It's like those sniper shots
They brought out the big guns. Don't get
from the
hit.
stealth snipers, but
Main fleet
just
2
from
is taking
really
damage.
far away from so much stuff at once.
That's number 6.
The second fleet's down. How are they doing this?
7 of 5. I gotta catch up.
So yeah, these guys,
Last
they have the,
Let's get that rear guard, tourist.
what, rail cannons? Pin missiles?
Main fleet 3, focus your keel
They got
rail
electric
gun on
beams they shoot at you. I don't know what kind of gun they're shot from, but they do a lot of damage. You can kind of rotate around the camera to get different angles on your assault boost, but just the classic dodge left and right usually works out.
Be having fun.
Carla will take one out for you. I think she takes out 2?
I scored 2 more.
Yeah.
We're not done yet.
1 repair kit remaining.
9.
For some reason I forgot there was one more. And that's the end of the mission. Or
Good job.
no, there's one last thing you have to do.
Sector dealt with. Wait, what's that?
attack? Tourist, unidentified AC on the Xylem. Head back, pronto!
Here we are, buddy. I was right all along. You were just another threat to Rubicon.
The muzzle on his emblem's off now.
It's that Vesper. That's no Archivist AC.
Even with the combined might of the corporations, I couldn't stop you. But this new AC kid.
Yeah, your new AC's cool.
Well,
Don't know how strong it is, but, you know.
I don't know why.
I actually don't know the difference between regular Steel Haze and Steel Haze Ortus.
They've always been after Rubicon, taking what they can get.
It seems like he is a little bit tankier, but not by much. I think he uses the same weapons. I have no clue what's different about this AC, but I do know you get the data for it after doing the arena.
Where did this resolve come from?
So it might be a little bit different.
I won't stop.
And this is cool. You cannot cheese the health because he will always use that shield and heal.
Only I can fly high enough. You flew just out of reach, buddy.
Buddy, huh? Do him a favor, tourist. Remember him. Satellite cannons? This isn't right. There's no way the corpse took the closure system. Who's controlling them?
And at this point, it should be obvious who's controlling the cannon. It's Air, the final boss of the, quote, bad ending, the Fires of Raven ending. I think it's the bad ending. I know some people think morally this is the correct ending, but there's a whole debate to be had about that.
This ship's pretty roughed up. Autopilot's out. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll leave the satellites to you, tourist. You know, for a tourist, you've got a sense of humor. Good luck out there.
Raven. I know you can still see it. The voices of the coral. And yet you turned your back on our shared potential. You want to silence us forever. I will stop you. You will never burn Rubicon.
That mask design is just so cool.
Activating combat mode.
I will stop carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine.
So this fight generally is really good to have vertical movement rather than horizontal because she does all those horizontal sword slashes. But luckily, Double Trouble consistently hits her. You can cancel the... Did I mention this before? That you can cancel the animation of pretty much anything using an expansion? I think most people already know that though.
I realize what you are. The spark of war. Fires that haunt Rubicon.
You kind of want to dodge towards where she's slashing. Gives you a bit more time to get out of the way. Right there, I did the exact opposite, but worked out because I was close enough and low enough. The Tetrapods, generally not the strongest build against her.
Sisters.
AP at 50%.
Alright, one more cycle. You can kind of face tank her. I still think you should try to dodge the melee attacks whenever possible, but it's not that bad. And luckily for my voice, there's a lot of cutscenes in Chapter 5. I can just let those play out, no commentary.
There were no winners at the close of the Coral War. When the storm of fire finally faded, only the ashes of civilization remained. Ruined and haunted, the corporations made a joint announcement with the Planetary Closure Administration. Rubicon was to be abandoned, left a dead planet forever. Meanwhile, the monster who burned the stars vanished into the flames, never to be heard from again. Yet history would forever remember the fires of Raven.
And that's ending number 1. I have no clue what the threshold is for this. I got an S rank on the first try. All the final bosses are pretty easy to S rank. But to go back to the good ending, you have to rewind 2 missions, which New Game Plus if you're doing it normally. And this time you go with Air.
Let's get started. As always, I'll support you. Carla has taken up command in the reservoir dome in the Xylem's port wing. We are the enemies of both the corporations and Overseer by doing this. Please, be careful.
You could just skip most of the fights here. There's no bonus for defeating any extra enemies, so it's best to just skip as much as you can. I also don't think you actually have to be Snail here for the S rank. but just to be safe, I did anyways. Snail has a very high attitude recovery, so you have to be very quick with the chainsaw combo.
Old augmentation at its best. All you know is to chase your master's prize. Use this as magic. Recalcitrant to the last. My augmentation has been refined to perfection. Nothing stop you, pest! You may have won this battle, but I'll win the war.
V.II Snail down. He's withdrawn. Let's keep moving, Raven.
I also think electric discharge is just way too powerful. And these guys, on top of after what Snail just did to you, give you even more electric discharge. It's just crazy. I think that's part of why stun needles are so broken. 2 stun needles, which you're going to be firing them at the same time. You proc the discharge every time.
I've unlocked the partition.
2 repair kits remaining.
Figured you were beyond simple tricks. Chatty, fire up the ACs.
Carla. She's in there.
And this fight's kind of tricky. You should know what you're doing before getting into it. I use the shield right before the cutscene procs, because they start off strong.
Let me tell you my motto, tourist. Get your laughs while you can. I don't know what you're up to, but you better make it worth it. Chatty, you know what we're dealing with.
So if you go down low enough, Chatty's vertical missiles will not be able to hit you most of the time. And he likes to stay up on the second layer. So you just come down here, take out Cinder Carla first. You'll probably still take a ton of damage, but she goes down really quick compared to Chatty. Didn't even get a chance to heal. Now Chatty's gonna come down. Now he's mad.
She's dead, tourist. You have made a big mistake.
And I don't know what happened there. I think a missile was launched up and it came down as I was doing my chainsaw attack.
You're making this hard.
But let's just try it a second time.
Yes, I can. Guess you won, tourist. But the chief never loses.
What? The Xylem's control center is locked out.
Let me, Chief. I'll take us over the finish line. Inheriting privileges. Owner, Cinder Carla. Activating perimeter protocol. Xylem propulsion vector locked. All systems locked out.
Looks like the guest of honor's here. Hey, buddy. Never thought I'd be rubbing shoulders with the liberator of Rubicon. Every Rubiconian who heard your cry rose up to fight. Let's show them there's a future for Rubicon beyond these scorched skies.
Main system activating combat mode.
This next mission is probably the last one in the game that you'll have trouble with S ranking, depending on your build. I actually had so much trouble with this one that I changed my double trouble out. And I don't know if you can tell what that is from this angle, but it's the pile bunker. So what makes this mission so difficult to S rank is the requirement for how fast you have to do it is incredibly low. There's also no reward for defeating additional enemies, so ignore pretty much anything you can. And there are two bosses in this mission that you've already fought in some way before. Both of them, the pile bunker is so much better than double trouble against. Make sure you have enough generator capacity to reach up here, because if you fall, you're going to take so many purple laser shots.
That's the machine from Grid 086.
Looks like we got our work cut out.
But boss number one is the cleaner. It's the same game plan as before, exact same boss, except now you have Rusty helping deal some DPS. But now, you have the pile bunker for so much damage. Same deal, shoot in the back to build up the stagger, drop down, shoot the face, pile bunker the face, songbird the face. Easy fight.
Confirmed. Smart cleaner destroyed. Wait. Detecting hostiles ahead of the Xylem. Enemy fleet approaching.
Guess Archivist decided to escalate. They must really want us dead. Let me handle the fleet. You've got a mission to finish. I'm counting on you, buddy.
I like that you can see a tiny little car in that corner, just for some scale.
We're entering the drive block's core. Watch out for ambushes.
It would take like a day to drive from one side of the Xylem to the other in a car. It's ridiculous how big it is.
Target is 1AC. Identification V.IV.
All Sturgeon generators destroyed. Get clear, Raven. The drive block's going to explode.
There's one more boss this mission, and this is, in my opinion, the hardest boss in the game, no matter what build you're using. Unless you're fighting like another boss that you just have no way of fighting with that build. I'd say for most builds, this is the hardest.
Mercenary. You're not the mutt I thought you were.
That machine.
You're below that. You are vermin.
And he always loops around to this exact spot. So just be ready for that. But now that you have the pile bunker instead of the chainsaw, you can actually use a melee attack. I get really lucky there. If you stagger him during that blue laser, it takes him so long to do it again. It can do so much damage. I think if I staggered him there, I might have been able to almost kill him. And phase 2 is so much harder than phase 1 because of this attack. Luckily I had my shield up, and here I timed the jump to dodge 1, but I don't quite have the vertical mobility to consistently dodge it. So you want to get kind of close. Just make sure his turn speed isn't enough to catch you.
Sounds like it's over. I just about managed.
Rusty's signal just disappeared. Raven, it seems we've got trouble ahead. We need to take down the Xylem fast.
And this is Final Boss number 2, Liberator of Rubicon ending, or the good ending. I think most people go for this ending on their first run. At least I did.
Raven, that's one of the ramjet engines. Please, destroy the target. Core chamber is silent. Starboard chamber is silent. The Xylem is falling from orbit. The coral's safe. Rubicon's safe.
Is that you? They... 621. I have to dispose of you.
So remember that factory with a capital F? I'm assuming Walter went there.
Watch out.
Luckily, this fight is a traditional one-on-one AC fight, and that means... Okay, never mind, didn't quite get it there. So we'll just have to go for it again. That means double trouble. Incredibly easy final boss, incredibly easy S rank, especially if you have the right build for it.
Raven. One day, humanity and Coral will thrive together. You kept our potential safe. I know Walter feared a collapse. But I promise you, there's another way. Raven. We'll find it together.
And by finding it together, she means just playing through the game 2 more times. Or 1 more time, if you got that ending second. You get the final ending by doing the missions that Allmind assigns to you, so the stuff with Kate Markson. But it only really starts the whole sequence once you're here in Chapter 4, the alternate version of Reach the Coral Convergence. Luckily, you don't need to fight Cell 240 again. And this fight's exactly the same as the normal one. It's very obvious when this becomes the ult mission. I don't think this really needs that much commentary. This is the exact same fight as it is in the normal version. Although you can tell I'm really tired at this point. I just cannot track Mater Link down. I should have turned on hard lock.
The Vespers left her for dead. That wasn't pretty.
The Arquebus AC squad has been eliminated.
That should buy us some time.
Switching to encoded channels. Augmented Human C4621, Raven. V2 Snail intends to dispose of you once your utility is spent. Proceed blindly, and you will find yourself a prisoner of the corporations. We will transmit his coordinates. Eliminate him. Allmind will handle the rest.
Let's go, Raven.
6-2, do you read me?
So, yeah, there's this weird implication that Allmind kind of knows what happens in New Game and New Game Plus. There's probably some kind of weird Coral shenanigans going on there. It's weirdly meta at times, but I don't know quite the explanation for it, since I haven't been looking into the story as much as I would have been if I've been doing a story explained or an endings explained video.
Confirmed.
Who goes there?
And I would recommend taking out all the MTs first. I think these are MTs. And Snail, once again, just has the stun needle weapon. Super broken, super annoying. Electric discharge. Not fun. Not fun to fight. But the chainsaw combo works well on him.
Just like they said. You're gonna die, freelancer.
Same thing with Iguazu. Goes down to double trouble so easily.
V2 Snail down. We did it.
Augmented Human C4621, Raven. Well done. Now you are one with us. Welcome to Allmind.
I think the voice lines got mixed up because they don't expect you to kill them or kill Snail before Iguazu even drops in. It's supposed to be a 2-on-1 fight. And now there are 3 missions left because each ending has 3 missions, but this time we rewinded to kind of before the ending sequence. But now we're at 3 missions left.
What are these things? I don't know how, but the Watchpoint defenses are back online.
Now those super annoying all-mind snipers and sword users, they're on your side now.
To ensure that they will not be a threat.
Fire! If they're not with us,
The sniper LCs are still there though.
We need to get out of here.
I think they only give you like 3 friendly machines, which is like completely insignificant.
Without their
Oh, and
leadership, the
don't touch the
corporation
flames, they will hurt you.
A chain made of human links is easily broken.
AC, ID unknown. This is hell. We're in hell.
I'm picking up enemies behind you.
It's all going wrong. And that AC's to blame.
I like using a shield here. I think an LC is with these guys. It's an LC and 2 MTs. I forget what MT stands for. It's like muscle something.
I never should have come here.
Enemy signal silent. Let's keep moving.
They're just drones. Swat them down.
Wait, there's something else. AC!
What's the nearest Vespers?
Augmented human C4621. Raven. You are close to the rendezvous point.
There is a fight with a high mobility HC up here, though I'm pretty confident that's what the classification for this one is.
We've arrived at All Might's coordinates. Enemy detected. Above.
V.III pair, taking command. What? You?
And now Pater's all the way up to V.III now,
My old colleague.
because you killed O'Keefe on this route. He is a high mobility light cavalry. Cavalry, not cavalry.
You killed V.III. You killed O'Keefe.
But you've fought these plenty of times before. By the time you hit New Game Plus Plus.
This isn't right. I can still.
High mobility LC destroyed. Looks like we're clear.
Augmented human C4621. Raven. Well done. All Mind hereby guarantees your protection. Invoking All Mind Administrator access. Erasing all records of the subject in custody. Augmented human C4621. Raven. Your safety is now guaranteed.
I love that it just becomes randomly super bright. I guess not randomly, it's trying to say certain themes, certain concepts.
Main system activating combat.
And then you just teleport up to the Xylem.
Commence mission.
So this one, you have to find the parasite modules, and they get marked on your radar if you kill the
This sector should be
enemies that shoot the purple stuff. I don't know what they're called.
Augmented human C4621.
But if you just follow this path, you've got the one that's right in your path at the beginning, one that's up near the top right. Go through the door, go up again, one's there, and one's here.
parasite modules left. Let's keep it up, Raven.
This mission can be kind of tight on time for the S rank requirement, so I do think it's best to just memorize the order that it goes, or the locations that they're found in. Doesn't matter what order it's in. It takes a while for this door ahead of you to open up, so I just open up a shield.
Raven, head to the Xylem's control center. As for Admiral Walter and Carla.
Now, I don't know what happened to the enemy here. I need to look over the footage again, but it looks like it just disappears. And then it reappears? Maybe? I don't really get what happened there.
You've come, tourist. Got a message from the chief for you. Sorry, but I'm not laughing this time. You're going down with the ship.
This fight is one of those things that tetrapods trivialize. You can kind of see which door is about to shoot a laser. It glows dimly before the others start glowing, and then all the others will start glowing much brighter than it. It'll always end up at one of the opposite 3 doors from you. So you can see right there, it shows up like that. I get hit there. What you should be doing, not trying to dodge it like I did, is you fly up, see which one it's coming from, and get behind the pillar. Wait for it to shoot, boost around the pillar, come up, access. Just rinse and repeat. It's not hard. Tetrapods make it so you can fly right over the lasers. It's relatively long sequence. It's kind of annoying.
It's an Institute machine. No.
The chief left me a job.
Although you do get to hear Walter and Carla just die on the radio.
You tourist.
If you don't see any of them light up, it means it's the one complete opposite of you. Simple as that. Then you just go to the center.
Access the central device ring.
Chief, I couldn't. Never learn to laugh.
The Xylem control system is silent.
Augmented Human C4621, Raven. Your efforts have averted a collision with the vascular plant. Additional. Handler Walter and Cinder Carla have been dealt with.
Last mission. One more. Coral release. Mission number 59. 660,000 comb for this mission. That is crazy. And that's Carla's core.
Look. The coral siphoned by the corporations is beginning to resonate. Augmented Human C4621. Raven, your role has come to an end.
Well, well. I've been waiting for this freelancer. I became part of this monster, so I could crush you. This time, you will die.
Main system activating combat mode.
Okay, first things first, clear out the MTs. Put up a shield if you have to. Probably don't have to, but I was worried about just taking way too much damage in this first phase. Use lock on if you have to. Try to use the Songbird Splash whenever possible. Until it's just you and All Mind, or Iguazu, or whatever you want to call this fight. I like calling it the Iguazu fight, just because it's so funny how much you bully this guy throughout the game. This is something not a lot of people noticed, I think. But the reason why Iguazu can hear the voices is almost certainly because he's Gen 4 augmented. Just like you.
You are aberrations to the plan.
Irregulars. We will bring order to chaos.
I'm with you, Raven. Now, I can fight by your side.
First order of business. Turn the music up. There we go. Alright, second order of business. Sea spiders.
Damn noise. It was you all along.
Chainsaw luckily works super well against these guys. They have lower stability and health than the real sea spider,
Siblings will shortly welcome us.
so you can take care of them pretty quick while air kind of distracts All Mind. Make sure you have enough energy to get up there. I don't know why I tried doing that. And if you get above the sea spiders, they can't really hit you. So, once again, Tetrapod breaking the game. Maybe not super great for PvP, but PvE trivializes almost everything. Now all that's left is All Mind. I use hard lock on just because it makes the fight look cooler, but it's also, you know, makes it a lot easier to keep track of when it teleports like that.
Now, Raven!
Dispose of them, Iguazu. Iguazu. You are one with All Mind. No one can stop you now.
I said I don't care about All Mind. Want some of this? I'll give it to you.
And Ayer still uses her ridiculous attacks from her boss fight in this fight, but once you phase transition, completely puts Ayer out of commission. You want to do the same thing where you get close and focus on vertical movement to dodge the melee attacks, dodging towards the swipes. Hover close to it, double trouble.
Those stupid voices. It's all clear now. I feel good. Now, it's just you and me.
As is normal for this build, just face tank everything.
The old Jen who can do it all. What makes you special? I always envied you. The freelancer who had it all.
Humanity. Creation's potential.
We have the trigger. And we'll pull it ourselves.
Oh, it's no problem.
Raven, you're finally awake. The coral has carried us, disseminated us across the stars. Now, we're everywhere. Anywhere. Raven, let's meet this new age together. Main system, activating combat mode.
So yeah, that is every mission in Armored Core 6 S-Ranked. I hope that you either enjoyed it or were able to complete some difficult missions with this guide. Kind of walk through, long play, commentary, mix kind of thing going on. Might do more Armored Core 6 videos. Let me know if you want that. Maybe story explained, endings explained. And again, I'm cutting it a little close on rent, so I'll probably enable super thanks on this video, just so if you want to support me, you can. I'll probably be more likely to see your comments, just because I get a lot of comments now. Even though I want to read every single one, sometimes I'm not able to. But even if you don't, watching through this video is more than enough. Thank you for watching, thank you for liking or subscribing or commenting if you feel the need to go above and beyond. But yeah, I hope you have a great weekend, or weekday, or whenever you watch this video, whatever. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time.